Hello, everyone, and welcome to another Disclosure in the Media. I'm here with Ryan Pullencarts, and we're doing the show on Fallout 4 today. So, Ryan, you can go ahead and get started.
All right, so Fallout 4 is the fifth/sixth main series Fallout game because some people don't consider Brotherhood of Steel as main series. So basically, the fifth game in the series, even though it's four because New Vegas didn't have a number attached to it and was made by a side studio. But Fallout 4 takes place in Boston in the year 2287, and we'll get right into it because this is an interesting one. It has a lot to do with high science. So Fallout 4 this is the cover art. That is the helmet of the T60 model power armor, just a new model of power armor that's even more bulky than the last one. And that's kind of it about that. It's just a super bulk. It's like if normal power armor wasn't already a Juggernaut suit, it makes it into a Juggernaut suit. It's like overkill armor. The T60. And now we're going to play for you the intro sequence. It's a cinematic trailer, so it's a bit more higher quality than the rest of the game footage, but it looks real good, and it sets up the game nicely.
War. War never changes. In the year 1945, my great-great-grandfather, serving in the army, wondered when he'd get to go home to his wife and the son he'd never seen. He got his wish when the U.S. ended World War II by dropping atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The world awaited Armageddon. Instead, something miraculous happened. We began to use atomic energy not as a weapon, but as a nearly limitless source of power. People enjoyed luxuries once thought the realm of science fiction. Domestic robots, fusion-powered cars, portable computers. But then, in the 21st century, people awoke from the American dream. Years of consumption led to shortages of every major resource. The entire world unraveled. Peace became a distant memory. It is now the year 2077. We stand on the brink of total war. And I am afraid. For myself, for my wife, for my infant son. Because if my time in the army taught me one thing, it's that war never changes.
All right, so that is the intro to the game that plays, and that's actually from the player character's point of view. And this is where the player character lived pre-war. He is a veteran of the United States and China Gobi campaign, as well as the Operation Anchorage, so the Gobi campaign was the United States invasion of the Gobi Desert as a direct response of the Chinese invasion of Alaska. He's a veteran of both, and that war technically ended before the Great War that caused Fallout happened. There was a peace agreement about a month before the bombs fell, and you got to go home relatively before the end of that conflict. It's implied because you have a child now, and your character is getting ready to give a speech on the day that the bombs fell at the fraternal post in basically at a fraternal post. He's giving a speech about his service, and well, that never happens because the bombs fall. And you actually start the game and make your characters look and go through a little bit of a pre-war life scenario before the war in the beginning of the game. And this is your house and neighborhood at Sanctuary Hills north of Boston. So then alarms go off. The news is reporting that New York and DC were already hit, and you, who had just actually finally signed up for your vault spot, run to Vault 111. Now, Vault 111 is just like many of the other vaults, is not safe, basically. It is an experiment by Vault-Tec, and it's a not failed experiment in the sense that most of them are failed. Because Vault 111 is a cryostasis facility, and their cryopods work. And it's simple as that. It is the only vault where the experiment didn't take like a weird turn the day the bombs fell that I know of. That's not a control vault or something that's meant to malfunction after the fact. Whereas many were like that, but the ones that were meant to be a problem the day the bombs fell, those outnumber the rest. And so this is one of the few that like the plan worked. And so we're going to just show you what happens when you're in the vault because it's kind of hard to explain and it's easier to show the footage of it.
All right.
So here's you from the point where you get into the cryopod through when you get out.
Just step in here and put your vault suit on. The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper in the vault. Just relax.
Time for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the one. Here.
Open it.
Almost. Everything's gonna be fine. No, I got him. Let the boy go.
And so that is the sequence when you are frozen.
Hmm.
And this is what your housing neighborhood looks like now post-war. You were released sometime in October of 2287, basically 210 years after the bombs fell. And you know your child is still out there and your wife is dead, and you're going to find your kid. That's the basic part of the beginning of the game, is finding your son. Sean is his name. And so you return home and you find your robot butler from before the war, Codsworth, who thinks that your kid might be in the neighborhood and makes you go through the neighborhood and like looks for him, and you don't find him, obviously. And then he's like, "Oh, go down to Concord and see if the people there will help you." And so you head there and you fight some raiders along the way. Raiders are just kind of Fallout's version of bandits. And you meet up with this guy, Preston Garvey. And the joke with this words is you join his faction. Most of the time you would join his faction when you're playing this game, which is the Commonwealth Minutemen. And he sends you with this line: another settlement needs your help all the time, to go do it. And it gets really annoying after a while. So that's why it became a meme. And pretty much
extremely annoying. You could be on a quest, you could be doing anything. He says, "Oh, his settlement always needs your help," and you open a ton of settlements in the game. So yeah,
yeah, I think there's about 30 unique settlements in Fallout 4 that you build up, and you actually get to workshop them. That's really cool. You get to make like communities, but Preston is always giving you settlement missions, even when he's your companion in the game, following you around and helping you fight through the wasteland. If you try to talk to him, he'll still give you settlement missions. And that's why we have this joke. But you help Preston and a group of settlers out of their bind, where they've been trapped inside the Museum of Freedom in Concord, and you use a suit of power armor and you fight a death claw and a group of raiders all at the same time, helping Preston and the group that would then settle at Sanctuary Hills, the first settlement out of there. And Preston and his group basically say, you need to go to Diamond City if you're looking for someone. That's like the biggest settlement in the Commonwealth, which is the area where the game takes place. The Commonwealth is the area around Boston and New England in general is called the Commonwealth in Fallout, because pre-war, the government, instead of keeping the 50 states, they made 13 commonwealths, and the Commonwealth, the area around New England, was Commonwealth 1. And that's why it just took the name Commonwealth. In fact, MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, becomes CIT at that point, even. So they really embraced the Commonwealth system. And it's just a way to keep like resources, to distribute resources. But by the time that the bombs fell, the Commonwealth system, there's still the 50 states, but the Commonwealth system is how the government breaks up aid and things to the states.
Oh, okay.
And there's actually governors for the Commonwealths, not just like governors for the states. But that's just to give some information, because we will be referring to the area as the Commonwealth going forward.
All right.
So this is Diamond City, the outside. It is Fenway Park. And you show up here. It's not a hard area to get to. Essentially, you just go straight south, essentially, from Sanctuary Hills and Concord. You can run a few missions for Preston, helping some settlements in between. But if you're doing the main story, you're eventually going to end up here because you need to advance. And yeah, like I said, it's the most major settlement in the Commonwealth, and it's where there's a detective agency. So this is the interior of Diamond City and the like actual city part. They use the walls of the stadium as like the defensive walls now, and they're manned by guards that like wear like catcher's gear, basically. And they either carry baseball bats or guns, and it's a cool post-apocalyptic city, especially when you think about it in like a Boston scenario.
How they would adapt in that kind of scenario. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense that you'd use a sports field, a stadium where there's big walls to defend yourself. It's like a settlement, like a fortress almost. And Diamond City is just that. So when you're entering Diamond City, you meet Piper Wright. She is basically, unless you're going out of your way to find other companions, the second companion you'll be able to meet other than the dog that follows you called Dogmeat. Piper's a reporter and writes to the Public Occurrences newspaper, which covers the Institute and the boogeyman of the Commonwealth that kidnaps people and has made synths. We'll get into that in a little bit. And Piper is also blacklisted in Diamond City by the mayor because she also writes stories about how the mayor does nothing about, has basically done nothing to stop the Institute. So, and she's also investigating some of his more dirty, underhanded tactics. It does come out later that he is an Institute agent, but that doesn't happen for a while. But so Piper is, just a companion, and she even like comments like a reporter does, and you actually do some reporting, like investigative work with her for her quests and stuff. But so that's Piper. You meet her, you give her a story, and you actually explain how you're 200 years old, and she like puts it out in print. But what becomes clear instantly is you need to find Nick Valentine, who is the local detective. And Nick has been imprisoned in Vault 114 by a gang called the Triggermen, which are based off like the mafia. And so you have to go save him, to just give him your case because he's imprisoned. So this is Nick Valentine, and he is a Gen 2.5 synth, I guess is what we'd call him. And a synth is the Institute's creation, and to some they're insidious robots, to some they're enslaved peoples that need to be freed, to some they're machines that need to do their job, and to others they are aberrations of technology. And pretty much your view of what they are decides which faction you're going to side with in the game. That's the easiest way to break down. So I will go through the evolution of the synths before I talk about any of the moral implications of the synths.
All right.
So this one that's kind of just a skeleton in the human form is a Gen 1 synth, the Institute's first attempt at creating synthetic humanoids. It is what it seems, a metallic body, and it's very robotic still. The Gen 2 has synthetic skin and synthetic organs. The Gen 1 does as well, but this Gen 2s are implied they can like do bodily functions like humans can, where the Gen 1s don't. The Gen 2s and Gen 1s make up the Institute's military and defense force, basically. They are utilized as soldiers and workers for the most part on like low mental capacity tasks. Nick Valentine is a 2.5, which there's only 2 of in the entirety of Fallout 4, and we will only cover Nick today. When we do the DLC in a future episode, we'll cover the other one. And Nick Valentine is in an upgraded 2 body that has even more mental capacity, but it's at the point where it has a free will personality matrix. Nick Valentine has had the memories and personality engram is what you'd call this, of a pre-war cop that goes by the name who was Nick Valentine, embedded in the system, and then is basically him in this robot chassis. And then the Gen 3 synths, which are the big problem synths, are completely indistinguishable from a human. They can basically live as if they were a human on the surface. They don't age, from what I know, but they are, for all intensive purposes, if you put one in a crowd, you would not be able to tell until you killed it and you rooted around in its head and found the synth component.
Mhm.
It's also implied that they have like actual sexual fluids in their systems that could, I don't know where they came from. They're probably from other humans,
Mhm.
and people have been replaced by them. So I'm guessing when they're replaced, if they're a replacement synth, it's literally they take the sexual fluids from the person that they're replacing beforehand and put it in there, so that, like, because it's implied that synths have had kids, and so I'm guessing they just used like DNA. They made a genetic code for it.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. This tells a couple of things here. A few things. Concept called inborns, the generations of Orions, and also synthetic people. There's three things going on here. With the generations of Orions, for instance, they've managed to upgrade any body they go into with the DNA of other people and compatible components that they've harvested over many generations to bring about a body they can go into. That's Orion Generation 3, believe it or not, is what the Galactics call it. And it's interesting that goes along with this. But synths themselves, I've come across people, I'll use this lightly, where I don't see an energy core. I just see robotic and genetic components, and I see an electrical field as an aura. And that's all I see. And this is, I've run into this quite a bit lately. I even had dreams years ago where I was seeing people like the first generation synth there walking along the bottom of the ocean mining components. And I found out that was actually legit, where I would see them literally walk along the bottom of the ocean looking for mineable components. And then the second image there looks very much like how some of the pale Orions looked in the very beginning before they began to deteriorate. And also some of the really pale yellowy white skin like that. And I've seen the partially deteriorated ones like Nick Valentine there. I've seen these robotic ones. These are in dream sequences where I was getting this download of information. And what I find very, very interesting is even on the news, I won't mention any news people here. I don't want any blowback from that, but this was really, really weird. I was looking at people and I would go, this person isn't real. They're fake. And those were the words that would come out of my mouth. And I would look at them further, because especially if it was a live broadcast, and I would see they had robotic components underneath where somebody was broadcasting to this body. Somebody was literally streaming to it versus inside of it. There was no soul inside of it. They were broadcasting to it. Now there is somebody that a client of ours that made me aware of a book that talked about synthetic people. It sounds more like inborn in this, and what I mean by inborn is beings that are created in a lab that have no real viable soul. They just have the program components and have a soul transmitted to them, or a certain core energy, also sometimes robotic and nano form. But I'm only going to read a piece of this because it has to do with that. This is the book where everybody can find it. This extraterrestrial almanac here by Craig Campoposo. I'm only going to read a little bit here. Let's see. Here's I'll go with just the first two paragraphs here, just little things. Synthetics, universal origin. Synthetics are biological synthetic creatures, AI with an evil twist. If coming in contact with synthetic, you would sense it is inhuman, but that is unlikely as they rarely mingle with humanity. That's actually changed since this book came out, I think a couple of years ago. Physical characteristics. Synthetic creatures are designed to look human or alien. They're grown in artificial embryo sacs and void of a soul. Souls are born of creation and without the building blocks of a divine intent. A soul may not be born into a synthetic. That's not always 100% true. They forced souls into synthetic forms. The designers of this technology found a way to attach the disincarnate dark entities under their control into the spirit matrix. Correction there, these entities aren't under their control, they're controlling the people. or to have multiple evils host them. This is also true. From the time they are born, synthetics are bred with the bidding of their programmers. Their auras are extremely dark. Well, what this also describes inborns, people that are genetically created as agents, where a soul is like sometimes captive within that body, and then the genetics are tampered with pre-birth, meaning inborn. That's why I came up with the term for that. The synthetics, they're created in like a factory, and it's like with Terminator, where they have the synthetic skin put over the top of them, and the organs, the sexual capabilities, all of that is there, the same as with Fallout. So I find it very fascinating that you put this in. I know I interrupted there, but I had to put that in there.
Oh
Yeah.
no, you're fine. In fact, I'm gonna go as far as to explain some of the Gen 3 synths that you don't realize are Gen 3 synths that weren't liberated but are actually running Institute operations. And those include the Mayor McDonough of Diamond City, which was a real person that was then kidnapped and replaced by a synth.
Yeah, they can be. Yeah, synths can replace actual people, so like that, and run the Cabal's agenda. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he and you learn that he had like this big personality change, from his brother Mayor Hancock of another settlement called Good Neighbor. His brother Hancock became a ghoul and is now the mayor of that settlement. But he even talks about how his kids, him and McDonough, the guy who's in charge of Diamond City, would go adventure and like were best friends. And then overnight he kind of changed. And what happened was he got elected to the mayorship of Diamond City. The Institute kidnapped him, killed him, and replaced him with a synth that was identical to him. And now that synth is in charge of Diamond City, and that's why whenever Piper is looking for things about the Institute, he has a problem with her. And that all comes out at a certain point in the story. Basically after the ending of the game, it comes out.
That's actually very interesting. Not only have I had these vision sequences where whoever I'm portraying in these vision and dream sequences are taking people from society and replacing them with inborns, agents, and synths. I'm the one telling the person they're replacing that they're being replaced. Like they have to notify them in some fashion for this to work properly. They sometimes will kill them, sometimes they'll imprison them somewhere so they can get the genetics. The creepy thing about this is Joanna, several years ago, had somebody that she worked with. I'm not going to name the place or the person, but this particular person, they got basically where they worked, they got this free vacation to the Bahamas, free vacation. Well, when they came back, him and his family came back, this guy was totally different. He was devoid of essence, devoid of everything. He completely changed. And Joanna could sense this from him, that she basically, a guide or someone out there was showing her, hey, this person's been replaced with a synthetic. And they wanted her to know what that looked like. And so this person was never the same again. They acted completely weird after that. And their family was different too, completely just devoid of emotion. Made stupid decisions, were real like shady, real shifty, and would not answer direct questions after that. So this is a true concept. I can say from experience, from seeing some of this stuff, this is a true concept, everyone.
All right. And another synth that you meet that's on Institute business is one of the ones at one of the settlements you go to. The father was replaced by a synth because he was trying to do biological research to make better crops, and he made a breakthrough. And what happened was the Institute wanted him to do biological work for them. It's unclear as to what his response was to that, but he was replaced by a synth. And when you eventually do get to the Institute in the story, you don't see another version of him, so I assume he's dead.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes they can keep the people in public so they don't become a missing person, and they'll keep the real person to work with them in their labs or in their wherever they want them.
we know that there are stasis chambers in Fallout, but the one, unlike the cryo ones, but like physical, like kind of like in Star Wars where he goes in the tank and he's getting healed.
Mhm.
It's sort of like that, but you don't see a version of him in there.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's assumed that he's been killed. So moving forward, now that we've gone through what the synths are, Nick Valentine is not an Institute synth. So synths escape the Institute and from time to time, but Nick is a different case because he was a prototype of putting the Gen 3 sort of software and mental capacity
Mhm.
into the Gen 2 chassis before they updated it. He was redundant at some point, but too dangerous to be kept by the Institute. So they basically just dumped him. That's his story. You learn later that's not exactly true. But for all intents and purposes of this part of the story, this is where what we'll say about it. And Nick, with the memories of the pre-war cop, moves to Diamond City and opens a detective agency. And at first, yeah, his appearance scares a lot of people because the Institute, by this point, is still already like this big unknown evil in the Commonwealth.
Mhm.
But this was just prior to the Gen 3s like integrating into society in certain areas and stuff. So it was not as bad of a situation. And he made a reputation for himself before that point as a reliable individual because he does have free will. And as soon as like a Gen 3 synth or one with the mental capacity of a Gen 3 synth is given, basically is out from underneath the Institute's grasp, they're essentially just a person. And that is where sort of the moral dilemma with synths come in, because when you meet Nick in game, he is a great person. He helps anyone that comes to him with a case as a detective. And his moral basically throughout the game when you have a follower in Fallout, especially Fallout 4, your choices will affect your relationship with that follower.
Mhm.
So it can grow or decrease based on what you do. And if you do anything that's like remotely bad, Nick will lower his reputation with you. Him, Preston Garvey, and Piper are morally the best, like the goodest of the people.
Mhm.
And I would say Nick, of those three, is by far the grayest, other than Piper probably. He's like the second best of a person.
Mhm.
Because some of them will like get mad at you if you use drugs in the game, but Nick won't. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, he's just a person with a weird body.
Okay.
And the moral question comes in as well, are synths people? Do they deserve rights because they're a free thinking, and without the Institute's control, they have free will. So what are they? That's where the moral question comes in.
Mhm.
And based on your views, because they still technically are a form of robot, what your views of them are is where the moral question comes in, and basically which side you will side with. And when we get later into the game, I'll explain the sides and their viewpoints a bit better
Okay.
and let you as a person kind of decide what you will with that. I'm not going to try to steer an opinion in any way about what you think of synthetic people.
Mhm.
So
Now, I'm not saying all synthetics would be without soul. I feel the book got that wrong. It's basically AI can go either Terminator or Data essentially, and it's basically how we are reflect on how it's created. Our energies, our thoughts, our actions. So how we are is how it becomes. Essentially, is what it is.
So you and Nick go through an investigation. Essentially, when you explain the guy who murdered your wife, the one who came up to the glass in that cinematic and was like, "Oh, we still have the spare," Nick knows exactly who you're talking about. Is this guy named Kellogg? And you investigate his house in Diamond City, which was all just a front anyway.
Mm-hmm.
To basically lure you to Diamond City if you didn't run into other settlers that told you to go there.
Mhm.
And you guys use the dog companion, dog meat, to track him based off some of his favorite creature comforts, essentially like his favorite cigars and beers and things like that. A lot, and you guys, dog meat sniffs him out and gets on the trail, and you guys end up at the Fort Hagen military installation. Now, it's not really a fort, but it's called that in the game. And basically, what this place is, it's a pre-war military like recruiting post, but underground there's also like a nerve center for that region of the U.S. And Kellogg is there with a bunch of Gen 1 and 2 synth soldiers. It's unclear what they're doing there, but he's there. And from what I know, it's believed that he was on the trail of a character that we'll meet later, and that this character passed through there, and so he was looking for any signs of him there, but he was also set up like camp there for a bit. Mm-hmm. But you and Nick, or you and Piper, depending on who you decide to take with you, or whatever companion you have at that point in the game. Most people have Nick, though, if it's their first playthrough, or Piper. Go through and fight and find Kellogg. Now, this is Kellogg, bald, scarred, carries a big gun, wears some very cool leather like armor with he's got like cybernetics imbued with him. Mm-hmm. And you learn that Kellogg is the Institute's main operator in the Commonwealth. So he is a human agent for them that's not a synth of any kind. And he's like their mercenary support. Mm-hmm. If the Institute can't have their hands on something, Kellogg does it. But at this point, he's like, oh, your kid's a bit older than you expected, right? Because you learn in your investigation that Kellogg was with a kid in Diamond City that was about 10. So you'd think that you were refrozen for 10 years before thawed out. And you're like, well, you and Kellogg have a fight and you kill Kellogg. And you realize that he was kind of more machine than man at this point. He had cybernetics in his brain, cybernetics in his joints to make him more durable. And he had cybernetic armor. Basically, Kellogg was a human, but he had so many cybernetic enhancements, it's hard to consider him human. And at this point, you realize you kind of screwed that up because you killed the only person with any information on like the Institute in the Commonwealth that's like true, that beyond a doubt. But the brain augmentation was connected to the hippocampus, and that is a part of the brain that can hold memories. Mm-hmm. And there's a place in the Commonwealth called the Memory Den where you can retrieve those memories. So you guys set out to go there, essentially, after you review your findings with both Piper and Nick. So, but while you leave this Fort Hagen facility through like a special exit where the quest makes you leave through there, mm-hmm. you look up and you see this thing arrive in the Commonwealth. And over the loudspeakers, it is, we are the Brotherhood of Steel. We are here to aid the Commonwealth. They're not a threat to the people of the Commonwealth. And they're here to conduct an operation. Now, we've met the Brotherhood of Steel in all of our other Fallout videos. Mm-hmm. And this is the East Coast Brotherhood of Steel, the same one from Fallout 3. And their old leader, Elder Lyons, has died. His daughter, Sarah Lyons, who is a major character in Fallout 3, is implied to also either be dead or still in DC. And the new leader is Elder Maxon. Elder Maxon is a direct descendant of Arthur, I believe, I think this is Arthur Maxon. Basically, he's the direct descendant of the Maxon that founded the Brotherhood of Steel, like, in the very few days, like, before the Great War. And he's the last descendant of the Maxon line. And in Fallout 3, you actually meet him as a child. You have the opportunity to meet him as a child when you're inside of the Pentagon where he is living. And he's a child at that point, and now he's an adult male who, around his 16th birthday, proved himself capable of leading the Brotherhood. he was able to fold in the old Brotherhood of Steel outcasts who broke away because they didn't like how Elder Lions was running the Brotherhood at the time, as well as he was able to grow the Brotherhood support in the Capital Wasteland and build major projects like this airship, the Prydwen. Now, the Brotherhood of Steel had been known to use airships in the past games, very rarely. They had a fleet of airships in the period after Fallout 2, but before 3, that was used to establish a central region, the U.S. Brotherhoods of Steel chapter, that we don't know much about because we don't know if the game's canon or not anymore. But the evidence is there that the Brotherhood has known how to do this for a while, and they made this one called the Prydwen. That's based off of of an Arthurian name. I don't know the exact detailing of it, but because I'm not super into the Arthurian myth, but that's where they took the name from. And Maxon is now the effective leader of the Brotherhood of Steel. He has decided that the Institute is the greatest threat to humanity currently around, and the Brotherhood of Steel need to deal with it. And Maxon is a true Brotherhood of Steel fanatic. He still views taking people from the Commonwealth to join, not kidnapping them, but allowing outside members to join as fine, where all the Brotherhood back west wouldn't have done that. And he has, in the western portion of the Brotherhood of Steel's eyes, he has redeemed the East Coast chapter. But Maxon still believes that non-human mutants are abominations and are a direct result of the pre-war government and the pre-war and the post-war radiation, and believes they should be eradicated. And he also believes depending on your view of robotics and the synths, that synths are an aberration of technology run amok, and that they need to be wiped off the face of the planet as well, because they are a danger to humanity if they can't be controlled, one, or they could outlive humanity because they don't age. From what we know, they don't age. Now, hypothetically speaking, they might be able to age, but it's never directly stated in the game, and so that's why I'm running with the assumption that they do not age.
They can wear out, but they could also cause the human component to age, I suppose, at a normal rate. Yeah.
I'm talking about the body.
Yeah.
When I say they don't age, I'm talking about the body. Now, hypothetically speaking, the Institute, when a synth would age, the Institute just replaces the synth.
Yeah.
That's probably what would happen. But I don't know, and it's never mentioned. So
okay.
That's why I'm going with the assumption that they don't age currently.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
About this point in the game, you'll also run in, you will have built up enough settlements, unless you're only doing the main story, to help the Commonwealth Minutemen, the group that you are now the leader of, just by helping Preston out in the beginning of the game, retake this location here, which is Fort Independence. It is a bit wrecked, but you do build it up again. And it becomes the Commonwealth Minutemen, which is basically just like a militia that is just overseeing settlements in the Commonwealth, trying to get them to work together, and just the closest thing to a government that is able to happen for the settlements of the Commonwealth. This becomes their base of operations. You fight a battle against some creatures that have taken the place over, and you return it back to the Minutemen, because it was once under Minutemen control, but they lost it when their organization fell apart. And now you're rebuilding it from scratch. But I only brought this in there because depending on the ending of the game that you choose, this is a major location, and we'll come back to it when I go over basically what the endings are. The factional endings are. But just for now, all that matters is this is the main base of the Commonwealth Minutemen.
Yeah, my version of it in Fallout 4, I've built it up to where I have wood planking, like a pirate ship going around, and I'm building up guard towers and all that other stuff with it.
Yeah, it's just, you can build it up as a defensive fortification for the Minutemen to be based out of. And the radio tower in the middle is to run the Minutemen's distress broadcast. So now you reach the memory den, and what is clear is that some of Kellogg's memories could still be inside the hippocampus of his brain, and the technological architecture the Institute uses are all fairly similar. So they plug the piece into Nick Valentine's head, essentially, and you get in one of these memory loungers, which are basically a seat, like pod thing that you sit in like a sort of like canatonic state.
Mhm.
And it's got a screen so that outside people can view what you're viewing, but it's everything that's going on is in your head. And pre-war, we know they were used to basically put soldiers through like a real quick and intense military training operation to get them ready for war, as well as a way to get people police departments would use them to like get a firsthand view of what the person actually saw.
Mhm.
Post-war, they're actually kind of used to either let people kind of experience what the few modules they have of pre-war life were like, as well as to relive their own memories of their life. But utilizing this brain piece that's now in Nick's head, they plug it into this thing, and you're able to go through Kellogg's memories as if you were Kellogg. So
Okay.
you're viewing Kellogg's memories, and the sequence you see starts as him as a child. Then it's skippy. The memories are out of phase, so it's not like you're experiencing his entire life. You're only experiencing snippets and moments in his life. So you experience him as a child on the West Coast. You learn that Kellogg was born in the area that was the area that is the NCR from Fallout, the earlier Fallout games, and that he was born sometime after Fallout 1, but before or around Fallout 2, and that he was actually no, he would have had to have been born before Fallout 2, but after Fallout 1. And that
Between them,
the
yeah.
NCR, by the time he's a young man, sort of in his mid-20s, early 30s, because it never states how old he is there, but he looks about that age. He looks in late 20s, early 30s. He's got a child at the time and a woman. He's living in San Francisco, running jobs for the Shi, which are, we talked about them in Fallout 2. They're a Chinese faction there. Then you learn that his wife and daughter were kidnapped and killed by a group of people that Kellogg crossed. Kellogg, as a result, kills everybody that took his kid and wife. And then basically he's like, the West Coast isn't for me anymore, and he moves east. He just keeps going. He's running merc jobs the entire time. He becomes like one of the most deadly men in the entirety of the United States continent. Meanwhile, the events of Fallout 2, Fallout 3, Fallout 2 for sure, are taking place. Now, by the time Fallout 2's story takes place, which is roughly 35 years before Fallout 4's story, we know Kellogg is already in the Commonwealth. But over what we appear to be a short time, Kellogg moves east across the country. So relatively probably a year or two. He moves across the country, taking jobs, and he basically goes as far as he can to get as far away from his old life in the NCR as possible. And at some point, he's running jobs, and he's clearly running jobs that he knows will upset the Institute. And so the Institute basically tries to threaten Kellogg, and Kellogg turns it on them because they try to like have this lady like be like, you don't know who you're working against. And Kellogg's like, I exactly know what I'm doing. And she tries to send 3 Gen 1 synths to attack him. He takes the first one and uses it as like a hostage in like a robber movie where he's got the gun over the shoulder and he's got the synth like this. And the other 2 synths, combat inhibitors won't let them shoot on another synth at this point because they were only the Gen 1s. And it's implied that at this point, the Gen 1s are the only synths around. He kills the other 2 and then just destroys the other one. And is like, you see, if the only way to stop me from continuing to harass the Institute's efforts is to hire me as your own operator. And so that's what they do. They utilize Kellogg. Well, Kellogg is on the next memories you see are Kellogg on the team to retrieve the baby, your son Sean. And you basically see the whole sequence that I showed you about you being frozen. And when him and the Institute come to take the baby from his perspective, and you learn that he didn't want to have to kill the mom, and the only reason he did was because she didn't want to give the baby to them, which is rightly so. But it's very clear that Sean was taken because the Institute needed him for some kind of, to figure out what pre-war people were exactly like genetically. But that's all you learn from Kellogg's memories. And then you get one more memory. And that last memory is Kellogg in Diamond City and in the house that you have already like searched through. Mere weeks before your final battle with Kellogg that ends his life. You get his perspective of what it's like to be in Diamond City. And he realizes now, and like, the thoughts when you're click on stuff while you're in these memories, you can get his current thoughts as if he was still alive. So part of him, it's implied that part of him is still alive in this piece of the brain. And when you get to yourself, he goes, I know I shouldn't have left that one alive inside the vault when they refroze you. And in this, he's like, I know now that was bait for the vault dweller that was just unfrozen when I was sitting in Diamond City with this kid. We were bait. That's all we were. And you get to learn what Kellogg was supposed to do next. And you learn through that an Institute bioscience chair or higher up named Dr. Brian Virgil had escaped and defected away from the Institute. And that he was a top bioscience guy working on their FEV program, which is they were basically using the forced evolutionary virus. And just to make it simple, any super mutants you encounter in Fallout 4 are a result of the Institute making super mutants while doing their FEV experiences. In fact, it's implied that the super mutants in Fallout 4 are the people that the Institute takes and replaces, or just the people the Institute takes. The ones that survive the forced evolutionary virus exposure are the super mutants in Fallout 4.
Okay.
With memory wipes if they were somebody that was replaced by a synth. But you come out of the lounger and you realize you got to find this Virgil guy. And so you know that he's in the glowing sea, and that's it. Because the memory tells you that he's hiding out in the glowing sea, and that's it.
This is actually very interesting with this memory tech. The SSP actually can use this to imprint somebody else's memories on to confuse somebody or to train them with a particular type of technology. They showed this in the show Stargate SG-1, where you could take and train other people with the training some expert in a particular field had. Like, say, mathematics, piloting a plane, piloting a craft, fighting, anything, martial arts, any of that stuff. That's like that with the Matrix, where they upload the programs to them. But with this, it's they can also implant memories. They use this type of technology. The aliens use this type of technology sometimes to confuse people that have been abducted. They'll slip in a fake memory in there where they've suppressed the other one and try to wedge something else in there to confuse the person. But there's always going to be a glitch in that memory. It's not going to be complete. Like with Kellogg's memories, they weren't completely complete. That's what some of these are. The SSP sometimes will confuse people so they don't remember something. If they see on somebody's potential timeline that they might actually try to remember something, they might just insert a bunch of crap in there too to confuse them. And they can literally see all the memories, just like with that computer. Interesting part about this is they can use the same technology to tap into someone's genetic memory and not only view the memories of ancestors through the enzymes, but they can view past lives as well, because they can turn the enzymes into ones and zeros and translate them into video. So it's just this is very interesting. It's slightly different than what they have, but this is pretty close actually.
Yeah. So you go out into the place called the Glowing Sea. Now, obviously, based on the name, it's not a great place. What the Glowing Sea is the real like atomic wasteland in this area. Glowing Sea is where multiple nuclear bombs were dropped on the day of the Great War, and everything is just an irradiated wasteland at this point. There's radiation storms that actually blow off the Glowing Sea that'll go into the Commonwealth, and they'll be just like normal storms, but they'll be highly irradiated, and people have to stay inside when they blow over. The only thing that lives in the Glowing Sea are like religious Church of the Atom fanatics that want to be out there because of all the radiation and irradiated monsters, basically. Anyone else that's out there is like a crazy scavenger or someone hiding from something like Virgil. But you'll learn soon why Virgil is able to live out there fine. But it's like people with hazmat suits might be able to get out there. It's implied they tell you hazmat suit or power armor are the only way you're going to live long enough out there to find this guy. And you use one of those two methods, and otherwise you can stock up on all the anti-radiation meds in the game that you can get, and you could probably do it, but it would take a long time, especially because you get 10 rad points, I think a second in some areas of the Glowing Sea, and that'll cut down your health. Basically, the way radiation works in Fallout 4 is it basically makes your maximum health lower the more radiation you get into. And you have to use Rad-X to increase your natural radiation resistance, and Rad-Away to get rid of the rad you already accumulated. But yeah, no, just if you're gonna play through the game to get the rest of the story to get more of the story than we cover, just get a suit or power armor suit.
Yeah, your power armor suit, yeah, it has to be complete, but it's really hard to find a radiation suit in that game. Very hard to find one.
There's a few places where you're guaranteed to find them, otherwise you're not going to find them. But this is Dr. Brian Virgil now. So Virgil was a human scientist, and what he did was he gave himself a special strain of the FEV that he made himself, so he could overpower everyone in the Institute as a super mutant and escape. And he gets out, and he's in the Glowing Sea. He's fine in the Glowing Sea because he's a super mutant and he won't take radiation damage anymore. But he's a super mutant. He doesn't want to still be a super mutant at all. So when you show up, he's like, "Where's Kellogg? Are you with the Institute? Are you going to help Kellogg kill me?" You're like, "No, I killed Kellogg." And he's like, "So are you the Institute's new operator?" You're like, "No, I need all the information you have on the Institute." And he explains that the Institute uses teleportation, a molecular relay that dematerializes you in one spot, uses a radio frequency to move you somewhere, and rematerializes you in that spot. And that's how the Institute gets above and below ground, because the Institute's underground and there's no physical entrance into the Institute anymore that anyone in the Institute knows about, at least. And he's like, the only way you're getting in is by jacking the signal. And the only way to do that is to get to get a Courser chip. Now, Coursers are the Gen 3 synth super soldiers that the Institute uses to retrieve lost synths, as well as do certain operations that the Institute's happy to let their calling card be on. And basically he's like the old classical radio station that's broadcasting throughout the Commonwealth. That's what they use to teleport things. And throughout the game and up until this point, when you're talking about the Institute, people are like, those synths that the Institute uses as soldiers, they can just appear out of nowhere. And it's because they're actually being teleported to the place where they're needed as they're needed. And yeah, so he's like, but when a Courser is above ground, there's this new radio broadcast that comes up in the Commonwealth And what it is it's a homing beacon so that the Institute can track the courser.
Mhm.
But anyone with a radio to the right, set to the right frequency, can also track the courser with it if they know how to do it. And he explains that that's how you can do that. And he also is like, and because of the you wearing a Pip-Boy, like in all the Fallout games, the
Mhm.
menu basically, it has a radio built in, and that's how you do it. So you find this courser, which a courser is like, yeah. Now this is just a person's fan art of a courser,
Mhm.
but it's a good they wear like this specialized suit. They are Gen 3, so they don't have eyes like this. This is somebody's just art of them.
Mhm.
But so they're indistinguishable from a human, but they have like super special ops training, stealth training, assassination training, everything they need to do covert jobs above ground. And you fight and kill a courser, which is just about as hard as killing Kellogg was, unless you have really good weapons.
Yeah.
And a way to break through a stealth boy, which is a personal stealth field generator. And they basically make you invisible and make you unable to be zoomed in at by the in-game like special shooting thing called VATS.
Mhm.
So you're forced to shoot at them like outside of it, and you have to just basically shoot the little bit of moving like static that you see. I tend to kill him before he can even get that thing off. But that's the easiest way to kill it. So just get the best damage gun you have if you're going to play through it and just kill it that way. Loot the Courser chip off of it, and then you go back to the memory den and you're like, I have a Courser chip and I need to get the code off of it. Because that code is where you'll figure out the frequency you need to jump the molecular relay. Well, the doctor there who helps you with the memory pods is like, yeah, we don't have any way to touch that, but I know people that might. And she basically tells you about the railroad. And she works with the railroad because, and what the railroad is they are the group that helps synths escape and escape from the Institute and ingratiate and put themselves into new lives outside. So they often, once the synth actually flees, they will help the synth by, generally speaking, mind wiping it so it doesn't know it's a synth. Not all synths that escape the Institute do that, but many do. It's a personal choice on the synth's half. The railroad basically says it's harder for the Institute to know that to do this if you're not aware that you're a synth. So to get you back if you're not aware that you're a synth. And then they sometimes encourage a synth to have facial reconstructive surgery to change their appearance. And basically they try to do everything they can to make a synth hidden. And then they find a place where the synth can basically make a new life.
All right.
And the problem, they have the view that all synths should be liberated and that they're an enslaved people. So where the Brotherhood of Steel and Elder Maxon have the view that they are technology run amok and need to be destroyed, the railroad see them as an enslaved people that need to be liberated from their binders, and that they are people who have the right to rights. I'm not going any further into the philosophical information about a Gen 3 synth, but it's even implied that some like fanatical members of the railroad believe that the Gen 1s and 2s that are just robots in the human form essentially also fall under that category, where until a synth like Nick Valentine, it is clear that those ones are the only Nick Valentine and up, like the 2.5s and the 3s, they're the only ones that could even qualify for that, right?
Yeah.
The other ones are really just robots in the human form.
Yeah, they're just workers. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't even have the capacity to hold like free will and stuff. So basically the Egghead and Chief doomsday / conspiracy theorist inside the railroad, Tinker Tom, is able to decode the chip for you. He gives you a copy of the code, but the railroad leader Desdemona basically is like, no, we're keeping that chip. So you trade the chip, like the physical chip, for the code that's on the chip.
Okay.
Which the code's enough to allow you to jump the signal. Tinker Tom, I'm gonna take a little break from the actual story, is a crazy character, and he's got these like, he's convinced that the Institute has chips in the water, so he won't drink water. Or if he does drink fresh water, he'll only drink it if he doses himself with radiation in order to kill the chips that he believes are in the water. He also believes that the Institute is manipulating the weather, which we know the Institute isn't, but these are basically everything he says are actual conspiracy theories about like the cabal and the government. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, like with the poison, the fluoride in the water, and all of that, and different nanotech in the water, and also the weather control. Yeah, that's all true. Here,
Yeah, so he's got these devices that he has you put around. If you join the railroad, he has these devices he tries to have you put around the Commonwealth to like stop the Institute's weather manipulation that nobody knows is real or not. He just thinks it is, so he built these devices that he thinks will counteract it.
Okay.
He's just a crazy guy. He's a fun character. To be honest, if there's a character in Fallout that's the Isaac of Fallout, it's basically this guy. He's a bit more crazy than Isaac in some respects because he is just like a lunatic at times. And he makes these crazy weapons that are like pieces of junk mixed together. He's just a crazy character. Yeah, so that's Tinker Tom, and he gets you the code. So you return to Virgil at this point, and Virgil actually gives you what he considers schematics to the molecular relay, even though he wasn't on the team that built it and maintains it. He knows the scientific principles that govern it and some of the technology used to achieve it. And he gives you a set of schematics to build it. And he asks, how did you decode the chip? And you have the choice to tell him the railroad helped you, or you can be like, I just made friends out in the Commonwealth that were able to decode it for me. If you tell him the railroad did it, he's like, oh, those guys are crazy. They believe synths are people. And it's clear at this point that the moral question of the synths aren't what made Virgil leave. What made Virgil leave was his views about what the Institute was doing with FEV. The forced evolutionary virus, not anything to do with synths. And if you're like, oh, well, whatever, he doesn't really do anything to you if you say that you got the help from the Institute. He just makes a comment that the Institute's like that the railroad is are like wrong in what they're doing in his view.
Okay. Yeah.
So you build the thing. At one of your settlements, you have the choice to get help from the Brother to steal the railroad again or the Commonwealth Minutemen. It just changes who's there when you teleport into the Institute for the first time.
Oh, okay.
So if you do it with the Brother of Steel, you have Proctor Ingram and Elder Max in there when you do it, when you teleport the first time. If you're doing it with the railroad, there's Tinker Tom and Desdemona, basically the two bigwigs in two of the three bigwigs in the railroad. And if you're doing it with the Minutemen, you get Sturgis, who is one of the original settlers that you saved when you met Preston Garvey, who's like a tinker, also kind of like Tinker Tom, just like basically he's like the handyman in the Minutemen, and Preston Garvey will be there as well.
Okay.
And so you hijack a signal and you teleport into the Institute, and the leader of the Institute comes over intercom and is like, oh, I've been expecting you. So this is the Institute, and on your way in, you ride through this central double helix elevator. It's an elevator, and you actually go down there, but you get this beautiful view of what the Institute's like. They have a synthetic sky that they put up on the ceiling. They have this very futuristic look, and they have 4 major divisions of the Institute. Robotics, which is synth production, basically. The Synth Retention Bureau, so the SRB, that's all they call it, which if a synth escapes, they try to get it back. They run basically they're in charge of the coursers as well. And very rarely will a member of the Synth Retention Bureau actually go up to the surface to conduct the retrieval if a courser can't, if it's out of range for a courser to operate with impunity. Like if a courser could break down and like not get directives from the Institute anymore,
Mhm.
a physical person from the Synth Retention Bureau has to go. They also oversee like the synths reprogramming once they get sent back, so that they can be returned to the work fleet of the Institute. There's the bioscience division, which does biological research.
Okay.
And there's also the advanced systems that are currently working on a fusion generator so that the Institute can power itself. And they're denoted by the four cardinal directions inside the Institute. You also learn that at this point that the Institute itself is underneath the ruins of the CIT because it grew out of the Commonwealth Institute of Technology,
Mhm.
and the surviving scientists after the war did it all underground using the technology they had at their hands. And the place also has services, so it's got a store for operators on the surface, it's got a medical facility, it's got a mess hall, and it's got some other just average services that you need in any kind of facility like this. But you don't get to interact with any of this yet. First thing happens, you go down to the bottom of the Institute and you see this room, and there's this synth kid in it, and this is the synth kid the kid that you saw with Kellogg in the dream sequence that is referred to as Sean. So you think this is your kid. You approach it, and it's like, I don't know who you are. Go away. You're scaring me, because you're trying to say like, oh, I'm your parent. I found you finally. And it's like, I don't know you, because it doesn't know you. It was taken when it was a baby and didn't have you in its life. Well, Sean was, at least. And then you hear like the Institute director's voice come over an intercom, and he's like, synth, whatever the operating number for the synth is, I forget it off the top of my head, deactivate. And he just like, whoop, he just kind of like turns off, and he goes into like a pose where his arms are hanging down, but they're out straight. And his head slumps, and he turns off, and you're like, what the heck just happened? And that door that you can kind of see on the right-hand side of this image opens. And you meet this guy, and he's the Institute director, and he goes by the term Father. Well, little did you know, when you were refrozen after Sean was taken, you were not refrozen for 10 years, you were refrozen for 65 years. So that means Sean was taken in 2232. For perspective, that is in between the events of Fallout 1 and 2. So we know that Kellogg was running jobs for the Institute for that long. And likely he's running jobs for the Institute longer than that. But we know that the NCR was around, so Kellogg must have left the West Coast sort of within the first 10 years after Fallout 1. And so it's implied that Kellogg might have known the Vault Dweller, the hero from Fallout 1, as like a child.
Okay.
But you meet Sean as an adult and older than you now, because he was taken 60 years ago and has grown up in the Institute. And he basically is like, yeah, I'm the one that unfroze you. We backdoored into the Vault Tech computer and we unfroze you because I'm getting old. And I just wanted to see if you would come find me. He's treating it like an experiment, too. He doesn't really care.
Oh, okay.
He just wanted to see what you would do if you got out. Now, that's not his only reason for doing it, but that gets explained later, depending on the ending you pick. But right now, he's like, you trying, like, we loved you. Why are you, like, what they could have taken you all at once. He's like, no, they couldn't have. You were a backup in case what the Institute wanted me for was a failure. And what Sean explains to you right here quite openly is that the Institute took him so that they could get the pre-war genetic material of a human, and a baby was just an illogical choice. And it was so that they could make an advancement from the Gen 1s and 2s to the Gen 3 synths.
Okay.
and they used his DNA. And the reason why he's being referred to as father is over time he grew up in the Institute and now as the leader of the Institute won. But the real reason he's got the term father is because his DNA, and by extension your own DNA as the character, is the basis for the DNA that makes up the DNA of the Gen 3 synths.
Okay.
So essentially, you're the grandfather of all Gen 3 synths. And he explains, like, I'm giving you free run of the Institute. Familiarize yourself with it, and I'm going to see if I can get you work here. And you can become our new operator because you killed Kellogg. And you even ask him, like, why did you use Kellogg? And he's like, he was an Institute asset long before I was made director. And only as director did I know what he did. And I only utilized him until he was of no use to me anymore. Because a better option came, and he's referring to you. But he also goes, but in a way, I inadvertently led you to him in a way that would give us both a semblance of revenge for your mother's death. And when you talk about your mother's death to him, he's like, it's a bit of collateral damage. She shouldn't have been killed. That was Kellogg, not what was supposed to happen. The mom and him were supposed to be taken, and you were supposed to be refrozen as backup, but Kellogg killed her because you didn't want to give the kid over to the scientists. And that's what happened. At this point in the game is the beginning of the second act of the game, which is like the war for the Commonwealth, essentially, because now you found your kid. So the first thing that happens after this point is you familiarize yourself with the different branches of the Institute, the ones that I explained when I showed the picture of the Institute's like main courtyard. And you are sent by the acting director of the SRB with the Courser X688 to retrieve a lost synth, the leader of a raider gang here at Libertalia, which is this floating raider city out in the Atlantic Ocean. And you fight your way through it, and you deactivate the synth, and it goes back. Or if you want, you can betray the Institute right here and let the thing go. Or you can just kill it. And the synth, the Courser's mad at you that you did it, but you won't have any options of thing wrong with killing it from the Institute. They'll get mad at you at the Institute, but you won't be like kicked out. If you send it back, the Institute's happy, and if you let it go, you're instantly out of the good graces of the Institute. Doesn't matter. It was the whole point of the mission is Sean testing to see if you are willing to be on the side of the Institute. That's that whole mission, but it is a main story mission, and that's the reason why I covered it. You also get to see how the synths use the relay at this point. So basically, if a Courser is using the relay, I'm sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. They have to go like X688 relaying with blank synth designation code, or just X688 relaying, and it'll beam them back to the Institute. You, on the other hand, use your Pip-Boy to send a signal to the Institute that will allow you to be teleported in and out now, because the relay that you built doesn't work anymore because of it got overcharged when you actually jumped with it. So next, you are the Battle of Bunker Hill, the second Battle of Bunker Hill, because historically there is a Battle of Bunker Hill during the Revolution, and this is just a nod. The names and the location just a nod to it. It takes place at Bunker Hill, which is a trade settlement in Fallout 4. The Bunker Hill Memorial of the battle in the Revolutionary War is this cool like watchtower, and there's a sniper that lives up in there and protects the settlement. But it's also where a lot of the trade caravans from around the Commonwealth go. And one of the trade caravan owners, a man named Stockton, is a railroad agent, and he's got a group of synths that are to be moved to another railroad facility there underneath in like a storeroom. The Institute knows, and they're going to move on this place. You as the player have the opportunity to tip off the Brotherhood of Steel, which will send a force to destroy all of it. Not the whole settlement, but just the synths that are the railroad are trying to save, as well as the Institute synths. The railroad is trying to defend them. So if you're with the Railroad, you'll defend them with them. If you're with the Institute, you're going to retrieve those synths. This is kind of the first real point in the game where you have a way to show which side you're going to side with in the coming battle for the Commonwealth. So if you're with the Brotherhood, you're going to kill them. If you're with the Institute, you're going to send them home. If you're with the Minutemen, it really doesn't matter which side you're doing. The Minutemen, even though it's the canonic ending, it's also the ending that, like, there's no way you can't achieve it. You can cross every other faction and you can still end the game that with them because they follow you because you are their factional leader. And then there's the Railroad who's defending them. There is, by this point in the game, there is a way to keep in the Institute's good graces if you kill or just defend the synths and allow them to get out. But you have to convince your son that you had no other choice. The Brotherhood won't hurt you in this capacity if you don't tell them. If you don't tell them that the Institute's moving on this place, the Brotherhood doesn't have a problem with you. But if you do and then you turn on them, you can get kicked out of the Brotherhood of Steel. And the Railroad, you have to do the same kind of convincing the leader of the Railroad that you had no other choice than to work with the Institute on that specific operation. But by this point in the game, you should really know which faction you're going to side with. You've met all the major factions at this point that you can side with in the main story. And it's now basically the way you decide is what do you view of synths. And this is where I'll go over the factions exactly and their view. So Railroad. Free the synths. They are people. They deserve the same rights and protections. Brotherhood of Steel. Destroy them because they're an aberration of nature. Even though they have free will, they're the biggest threat to humanity around. We need to control technology, run amok. Institute. They are machines. Machines have a job. We are for use by people. And they were made to do work for us. So that's what they're for. That's the Institute's view. Synths don't have rights. Synths don't have free will. Unless there's a glitch. That's their view. And the final one is the Minutemen, which you can't turn on until the DLC, that are like, well, they look like people. They have free will. Let them live with us. They have rights, but we're not going to do anything about the ones that are enslaved by the Institute because they don't have free will.
Okay.
The Minutemen are the faction where it's just like, it doesn't matter what your views on the synths are. The Institute's bad, so we're going to get rid of it. That's it really doesn't matter about the synths with the Minutemen. It's just that the Institute has hurt the peace of the Commonwealth in the past. Because you do learn throughout the course that a Commonwealth provincial government that the Minutemen helped try to start, was in the works around the time that Sean was kidnapped. And the members from all the major settlements that went to try to form it, the Institute sent a synth in, and the first Gen 3 synth that was shown to the public was one of these members. And the Institute was as the Institute's like representative, and it just gunned down everybody there. So the CPG failed. And so the Minutemen, that's why the Minutemen hold the view that like the Institute has actively worked against the peace in the Commonwealth and growing the Commonwealth back up as a place. So we're going to destroy them. When you ask about the CPG massacre and that in the Institute to Father, he seems to think that it was a glitch with that synth and that the Institute doesn't actually want that, and that the Institute would have happily involved themselves in that government as long as the Institute's property was respected. But it's kind of left up in the air because it was before his time as director anyway.
Yeah, okay.
So he doesn't know for sure, but he seems to think that the synth that did it there was malfunctioning. But that's the reason why the Minutemen want to get rid of the Institute. At this point, the quest lines branch depending on who you choose. If you're with the Institute, you try. There's a independent scientist in the Commonwealth that they want to recruit, but he calls the Minutemen for aid to defend him, and you have to go and basically be like you have to explain to the guy, no, the Institute wants to like incorporate you, like bring you in as a scientist. This is a great opportunity for you. You'll have access to the best labs in the world. So you do it, and you can get him in, or he can be like, I'm not going. And at this point is the one of the few times you can betray the Institute, and that's the final betrayal. So it's a branch for the brother. It's a choice that's an ultimate choice for the Institute or the Minutemen. Now, if you choose the Institute side, the Minutemen won't kick you out, but the Minutemen soldiers there, you have to tell them to stand down, and they're like, why? And you're like, this guy has agreed to go with the Institute. But if you don't help the Institute get this guy, it's like your son realizes now you're actively working against the Institute.
Oh, okay.
And kicks you out. The Brotherhood of Steel at this point, they have a person that had Dr. Lee from Fallout 3, who helped the father character in Fallout 3 do Project Purity, has actually joined the Institute as a scientist. And she's not very happy with the Institute's way that they treat people, essentially. And she really only does science to try to better like the existence of humanity. And she sees the Institute as kind of out for themselves. So she, the Brotherhood wants her back, and you can convince her to join. So that's the first step in the Brotherhood, and she'll help you rebuild Liberty Prime, the big robot that was destroyed in the Broken Steel DLC for Fallout 3.
Mm-hmm.
They rebuild it now to fight the Institute. She'll help with that, as well as you have a mission where there's a lost Brotherhood of Steel patrol from before the Pridwin came in, and you have to find the members of that. And then finally, you have the mission where your sponsor in the Brotherhood of Steel, Paladin Dance, is revealed to actually be a synth. And he escaped long before any of this to the Capital Wasteland and joined the Brotherhood there. And it's not like he's a synth spy or anything. He was an escaped synth that the Railroad sent to the Capital Wasteland, and he ended up just joining the Brotherhood. But because of it, you end up he gets kicked out, and you're actually sent to destroy him. Now, you don't have to do it. You can convince the Brotherhood of Steel Elder Maxon that this Paladin Dance bleeds Brotherhood. Like, he's completely behind the Brotherhood thing. He still believes synths are a threat and need to be destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
But you can convince him, like, Dance shouldn't be destroyed, but he shouldn't be allowed back in the Brotherhood because it would show that they were hypocrites. But just don't destroy him, because he still is completely in views with the Brotherhood's view of synths. And then he'll go into like a self-imposed exile.
Oh, okay.
And it's basically just so you can keep him as a companion.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can come back, use him,
That's the only reason why he's like that option's available. Regardless, you'll get upgraded to a Paladin stance at that, regardless of whatever happens in that mission. And then you move on the Institute, which is the final of there. After that, after the whole Institute and after that ending of the game, you become a Sentinel in the Brotherhood of Steel, which is the highest rank a member of the Brotherhood of Steel can achieve. Basically what you do is you become like the Paladin of Paladins for them. The next faction, the Railroad, is you guys move more synths that need to be like given a new life, and you follow the events of one synth doing it all. So you pick him up from where he beamed out of the Institute.
Mm-hmm.
No, not where he beamed out of the Institute. Stockton, the guy from here in Bunker Hill, sends his brings this synth to a dead drop location where you pick him up with another Institute railroad operator.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys get him to a safe house. Then a little bit later, there's another mission where you have to deal with Institute moving to take out some synths that were living in their cover life.
Mhm.
You help those synths get away and you destroy them, and then you come back and you actually help that synth that you first picked up at the dead drop get a new face and voice and personality in the memory den. And then that next mission is the same. You move on the Institute to try to free every synth inside.
Hmm.
Because you make contact with a kid inside the Institute who's like, I think what they're doing to the Gen 3 synths is inhumane. And he's willing to help you get these synths out.
Okay.
Regardless, it still ends the same way for the Institute as any of the other non-Institute endings. The Minutemen ending, basically what happens is the Institute starts to see that the Minutemen have grown to a point where they have multiple settlements. They have an artillery barrage. Because what happened, the first ending for the quest for the ending of the Minutemen, and it's just a Minutemen quest anyway, is to go in through the old catacombs of the Fort Independence and unlock the armory where they have schematics to build artillery pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Minutemen have a multiple settlement government, basically an army of settlers and militiamen who are willing to fight and die to continue their faction, and an artillery squad. And while you're in the Institute, you do get the plans for the Institute, and it does show that there is a way from the surface to get inside through basically sewer networks and the original tunnels that the guys who built the Institute made.
Mm-hmm.
But the people who currently live in the Institute don't know anything about these tunnels.
Oh, okay.
What happens is the Institute actually attacks the fort in the Minutemen ending because they're threatened by the fact that you're no longer allied with them,
Mm-hmm.
and you're the leader of the Minutemen, and the Minutemen have an army now. So they attack, you repel the attack, and then you guys move on the Institute because they attacked you first. The Institute ending has you continuing to work for the Institute. You destroy the railroad because they're freeing synths, helping to free synths. So you go into the railroad's base under the Old North Church in Boston, and you slaughter them all to a man with the Institute coursers and the Institute synth army. And then you guys attack the Brotherhood and hack a synth uploads Liberty Prime that's now completed to the to the Institute network, and the Institute at the same time you utilize Liberty Prime to destroy, like Liberty Prime's eye cannon thing,
Mm-hmm.
to destroy the Pridwin, the Brotherhood of Steel like floating ship that comes in. And then with the railroad, there is an option to destroy the Brotherhood. You have to destroy the Brotherhood as well after the Institute, because they see them as a threat to all synths. And so you just set bombs all over the ship and blow it up.
Okay.
The Minutemen ending does have the option to destroy the Brotherhood of Steel by turning the artillery cannons on it if you see them as a threat to the safety of the Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, that's the end of the game, basically. So regardless, though, of which ending you choose, you are inside the Institute at some point. So with the Institute ending, it's before you go out to destroy the Brotherhood of Steel, but after you destroy the railroad. If it's any other ending, it's while you're in the Institute trying to either collect the synths that need to get out or to destroy the place. You come and find Father, your son, on his deathbed. So if you do the Institute ending, it's explained in a board meeting that he is dying of terminal cancer. And the real reason he let you out was he realized that the Institute is a bunch of scientists and they need a leader. and he basically let you out to try to be that leader. And if you do the Institute ending, he names you his leader in succession after, because you're a natural born leader, not a scientist
Mm-hmm.
or part of the SRB. Everywhere else, without any other ending, when you meet him here, he's like, you betrayed me. I have nothing to speak to you, but you're like, the Institute still has people in it. And I don't want them to die in vain, basically, just to kill them, all the people. Generally, with the Railroad and with the Minutemen, this is expected to set out like an evacuation signal, and he'll teach you how to do that, and he'll also tell you how to deactivate some of the defenses if you show him that there's a reason that you care about some of the people in the Institute and want them to be able to live safely afterward.
Mm-hmm.
He'll give you the means to do that. With the Brother to Steel, it's not expected that you will, but you still can. And he asks you why you betrayed him, and you're like, because and basically the only answer you can give him is what the Institute has done is wrong. And that's it. And he dies, or you can kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the two options at the end. So with the Railroad, the Institute some of the Institute scientists blow up the place to try to kill every railroad operator they can,
Mm-hmm.
and keep the synths from getting free. With the Minutemen ending, you destroy their fusion reactor. Same thing with the Brotherhood ending. You destroy their fusion reactor and you set it off. But with the Railroad ending, you still destroy the Institute, but you're able to stop the guys who are putting the charges down to blow up the reactor in time, and you're able to still blow up the Institute, and you still do.
Mm-hmm.
With the Institute ending, you destroy the Pridwin, and that's a shot. And then right as whatever explosion happens, it plays a cutscene, and I'm going to play that for you now.
Yeah, okay.
So this is going to be from the Minutemen ending perspective, I believe,
All right.
just because that's the best video of it I could find online.
Sturgis figured this was a safe distance outside the blast radius. Whenever you want to see humanity's best hope for the future go up in smoke, just hit that button.
I can feel it wash over me. The heat, the force, the radiation, the fear. It's the end of the world all over again. I close my eyes. I see my life before all of this. Before the bombs. Everything can change in an instant, and the future you plan for yourself shifts, whether or not you're ready. At some point, it happens to all of us. This wasn't the world I wanted, but it was the one I found myself in. The Commonwealth. My home. Ripped apart and put back together. I hoped I could find my family, cheat time, make us whole again. The way we were. But now I know. I know I can't go back. I know the world has changed. That the road ahead will be hard. This time, I'm ready. Because I know war. War never changes.
And that is the end of Fallout 4's main story. So
That's
we're gonna
very interesting. To the viewers, I haven't made it through the glowing sea yet, so that's where I'm at in the game. But after all the distractions of getting distracted by Preston, having to go to all the damn colonies, you get caught up in that and start building those up. Funny story about that, though. You run low on supplies, and you needed like cloths for beds and stuff like that, and you need materials for the colonies and all this other stuff. Well, Joanna about died laughing because I was trying to find, to build enough beds for people. So I basically just stripped all their clothes off and made the cloths for the beds at that point, because I was like, because I wanted to balance the whole thing out at that point. I was like, okay, screw it, and I just did that. Well, that was the funny part of that. Another funny glitch that happened in the game, we haven't talked about this quest, is where this big vertebrate fell on a bunch of people that I was talking to and crushed them. These are glitches that happen in the game, but the disclosure part of this final part, the teleporter, I know the aliens and the Cabal have this. And of course, the Institute is based off the Cabal. The Cabal of scientists, basically, that started. It's just exactly like the Institute. They're merging deep state with, like, say, a school like, say, Yale or Harvard and MIT, essentially put all together, and Los Alamos and all of those things. Well, the teleportation technology not only works on a number system, but a coordinate system, just exactly like what you see there on the physics of it. Of course, you'd have to have it devoid of any objects so you don't get like fused with them. And what also another type of synth that's out there are essentially the little grays. I call them buttheads. And what these are essentially organic, alien flesh over bioorganic, and metal skeleton. Well, they have a subdermal implant in their left wrist. They're like these two little squares. Like if you saw it, it would be lit up and it would look like two little squares. They can tap this like a couple times and just do this and teleport away. I've caught real grays doing this exact thing, where they just go whoop, and they're gone. And the bigger 8-foot butthead grays too also have that capability as well. They're essentially a type of synth. Now, also when it comes to the AI, like I was saying before, it can be taught how to not be evil. It essentially is based off of its creators. And essentially, the Orions created a lot of this large AI we call the Clockmaker, but then it broke up into a bunch of planetary AIs and all that other galactic history. And then nowadays, you have AIs that control certain things like thought patterns, like purchasing anything. Like when people say dream of a product and they're seeing it on Facebook, that's an AI scanning the thoughts and making it appear in front of you on the screen. That's essentially what an advanced AI could do to where it could be thought control. Anyway, we'll go on to there's a download that I was getting. It was towards the beginning of the show, where when you were naming the different areas of the Commonwealth, where it was all divided into territories like that. And we went into this with New Vegas as well, with like Caesar's Legion and the NCR as well, where there's different factions that are in control of certain areas. And of course, you have the Brotherhood of Steel, that's supposed to be the White Knights in the U.S. military. You have also the different deep state, territories that are that they control certain quadrant, and the military factions control certain quadrants, and corporate interests control certain quadrants. So that makes sense to me in a loose way on there. And I've been also trying to see who is going to show up today. More than likely, it's going to be Isaac. I don't know if you were planning any gameplay today, Ryan, but
more to test it. But
yeah, no promises there, folks. It may or may not function this time. But I wanted to, as we usually do, if Isaac's available, what is really interesting is with Isaac, him working around these people. He works around people that are very similar to how the Institute looks, and also different military factions. Him and his brother Thorsden work around different military factions. Thorsden is located on the border of Arizona and California, in a military facility there. Isaac is somewhere here in Arizona. But I came to find out that they both are going through also their own interchanges as they are releasing this information to us this way. They essentially are helping change the energies that way from where they are, and they're essentially changing the future where they are. I came to find this out. Him and his brother that are in the close by military facilities to me. What that means is, as the information is being released, as they're doing it, also as we're doing it here, it's beginning to change the energy around and therefore changing the timeline. So that's essentially what was his goal there. Both their goals there. Benevolent Isaac, I know there's been a lot of holographic activity today. There's been some interference pre-show as well. That's been rather obnoxious, but Benevolent Isaac, if you want to not only come through at the moment to answer questions, but if we can get this gameplay going, do the usual thing and guide us to a something in the game, have it do something to where you're trying to make a point about what you're trying to say as well, like we usually do when we do the gameplay. So, which it seems to work every time we do it. So, Benevolent Isaac, are you around? I do feel you. All right, folks, here we go. Isaac, I know you are actually available this time. So do you have any comment on this, or you want to go into question and answer? Yes. Okay. All right. I know there is a ton of interference coming from somewhere that direction. There's like this ton of interference. And they also, the programming and the AI tried to create some neighborhood distractions with like people using leaf blowers and all this other nonsense out there just a little while ago. Usual BS they do. So Isaac, ooh, strange energy. You can feel this clash. I've had to institute several new orgone devices that have been beefed up to combat this, even for this.
To drown it out, basically.
Yeah, to basically draw it out and shove it away. Yeah, I've had to create some new pyramids and stuff just to fix this. I popped open a crate that was in the garage. It has 4 large pyramids in it that are about this big. So now I know what it takes to push it away. So let's see, Isaac. Ooh, you're humming on a weird frequency. Let's see. No, it's that. Okay. True benevolent Isaac only, please. And no distractions, no holograms, no artificial intelligence, and no demonic entities. Please protect this programming. True benevolent source creator. True benevolent source mother, and the true benevolent verses. And do not allow any intrusions that are not for our highest good and highest vibrations. Across time stays for appropriate service. So all sessions and expressions. Okay, Isaac. Oh, geez. Oh, you're pushing your frequency to its limit, man. Okay. He is just going like a flame, just like that. So it's, wow. Okay. To my credit, I'm not pushing the frequency to its absolute limit, but yes, I've had to burn it brighter today to accomplish this goal. The AI is in true form this time and is pushing its limit, let's just say. Anyway, in this particular game, I find this one especially interesting as well, especially with the setup of the Commonwealth, with the different governorships of the different territories, also of the United States. But this is also how the Cabal has broken up in a totalitarianistic way, the divide of the United States and the planet as well, even though you have different factions with different uniforms, just like I said in the previous videos. This also, there are deep state, as you would say, governorships that don't always agree with each other. And you have the 13 families as well that also control these different governorships. This is why they war with each other. They never agree on anything. As I've said, just to poke fun at them, they are so inbred they do not understand the simplest of concepts. But in this, this is the credit to them that they will indeed get the 13 families and also the 13 divisions of the Commonwealth. This is also what is being said there. The teleportation technology is quite active in reality. And this is how the gray robots, he calls buttheads, do get around, as well as real synthetic people. They are always linked to their main hive computer, let's just say. This is why he has detected no soul within them, because sometimes there is a person on the other side of them that is linked to it, that does have a soul. Sometimes it is a computer that is running a set of pre-programmed algorithms that can cause a freeze, and it'll look like that person is freezing in motion. This also means programming within a regular person is not necessarily functioning correctly because of the various energies and magnetic and energetic fields of the Earth. This, I can go into questions now.
So, the synths and their plight, and as you're a being who is outside of the game, what is your view on synths and where they should be? The synths of Fallout and what they are, and what side you as Isaac would play at and think is correct?
This is actually quite an interesting question. The fully programmed non-life form kinds, which also exist as worker bees within certain base settings, they not only would just require a small tweak to set them free from that and gain real sentience and intelligence, but unfortunately a grand majority of those worker bees, and also different clones as well that have biomechanical components as well, do not necessarily have a soul. A soul would have to volunteer from spirit, let's just say, to download into such a vessel. My view on this is that, yes, they are all life forms, but the current AIs that are controlling, yes, they are life forms, but some of them are too far gone to keep around and keep in existence. So it varies from situation to situation, but do I view all of them as alive and deserving of the same freedoms, so long as they respect the freedoms and lives and livelihood and life force of others? Yes. If they are draining of life force and they are essentially a vampire, this is when I do not necessarily have overall sympathy for them. But overall, they are also a life form, no different than a human, but they are different in the respect that they are mechanical, and that a human soul, could they interact with this? Yes, but it would take some doing. But those particular spiritual mechanics aside, are they life forms? Yes, no different than your Commander Data on Star Trek, the value of a soul, essentially, what was debated in Star Trek: The Next Generation. And it was decided that Data did indeed have a soul. And yes, this is true. The darker ones, the ones that infiltrate society, and also some of the inborn types, have a consciousness infiltration and or lack of soul, just like the Draco have a lack of soul, but could also gain one by its various, as you would say, assimilation and components of other souls. Some have gained souls and gained consciousnesses and gained consciences. This is very rare, but since they are also AI component related. But overall, yes, it should be respected as a life form, but not always to the point where you allow it to dominate as a singular life form, but equal to everything else.
Thank you. Now, if you were playing the game, Isaac, which side would you choose to be? Brotherhood of Steel, Railroad Institute, or Commonwealth Minutemen?
Seeing as I've already seen what the True Institute wants to plan, they know they would not have my side. But the Minutemen seem to be most favorable, as does the Railroad. Now, the Brotherhood of Steel would get the favor if they would drop the anti-synthetic rhetoric, let's just say, and respect life forms as, say, equals, like it was in the old white knight days, let's just say. So with that said, a tweaking or alteration to their belief system in that respect would be in order before I would side them, ironically enough. But the out of the two factions, Railroad and Minutemen, I would have to say Minutemen.
All right, thank you. I just wanted your opinion on that. So now let's talk about the Institute as it is being portrayed as a cabal, as the cabal, basically. The Institute seems to care very little for anyone outside of it at this point, in the same way the cabal does.
Mm-hmm.
Now, however, it is kind of implied that the Institute used to care more about everyone else outside of it. Is the cabal in the same sort of way where only in more recent times have they given up on everyone else but themselves?
Yes, this is indeed true. Their programming does dictate, at least with the 13 families that they have, that they must isolate themselves. But they have also integrated or reintegrated some of their isolated genes back into humanity. They also see some of the people outside of the families as lesser. With that said, and also sacrificable to that of the Orion agenda and Draconian agendas. It also depends on which faction you speak to. The ones that get to leave the families, meaning people that smuggled them out, this was more of a white hat instituted type of plan to not only get their genes back into society, but also to save children. But at the same time, that particular genetic memory held a story with it, you see, held history with it, that then could be reintegrated back into humanity and get rid of some of the bloodborne and genetic diseases that currently exist out there, that some of the cabal institutions have immunized themselves to. But as a whole, in recent days, are they more isolations? Are these families themselves, outside of some of the other factions, more isolationist? Yes, they are.
All right. Now, you brought up the cabal members and families being smuggled out and leaving. What does the cabal view the people that get out of it as in now?
They view them as not quite one of their own, but in some cases they try to reinstitute them as one of their own. They try to reabduct them, reprogram them, and put them back in. But since this is more of a divinely inspired action, you see, these particular people are then protected by family members that exist still within the deep state, but also are more white hat oriented, let's just say. But they view those particular family members that have escaped, quote unquote, as more traitorous, or at least an element that must be retrieved.
So, am I right in viewing that as sort of a Institute synth that got out in the same sort of light? In the way that the Institute tries to get back their synths, the cabal tries to get back those people and, by extension, those genes.
Yes, this is exactly true. This is what they were portraying in the story as far as the synths go. As far as other synths go that would be in your society, if they would break free and not know they were synths, this is actually a truth as well. Would they attempt to retrieve them? Yes, they do, and they do this quite often, unfortunately, because this consciousness doesn't always know what they are. Some do, some do not. But the crux of the whole example is, yes, this with the family members that do escape from their clutches and are amongst society, they play a dynamic that the cabal cannot always, let's just say, predict. So they wish to get them back in more of a predictable scripting. And this goes for scripting as well. With that memory device in the secret space program, they did use that scripting device to create operatives within society that then they also retrieve. So they do this very same thing as well by creating a whole life script, right down to the mannerisms, right down to who they are, what they believe, what they're attracted to, what they're not attracted to. And this has also been done, male, female, does not matter, within your society. And eventually those operatives are retrieved as well.
I see. So the Cabal operating in the way the Institute is shown with other projects going on than just the synths, is that a way to look at other things that the Cabal should be doing, looking at like, should we, because it's being shown, should we know that because it's being shown in Fallout by the Institute, the Cabal is working on biological research as well as advanced technologies research? Is that what that was meant to portray?
Yes, so this is exactly what it was meant to portray. Anything you've seen within not only just the Fallout series in general, but within the Institute specifically, is a truth that is going on within the Cabal corporate programs, as well as different military programs as well.
All right. Well, the other factions in Fallout that are combating the Institute, are they indicative of the different white hat as well as positive alien groups and their differing views of how to combat and deal with the Cabal?
Yes, in some cases loosely, in other cases exactly how this actually works. There are underground railroads, let's just say, in reality, of course, the Deep State Cabal uses and military uses, but also there are factions that at least loosely or identically match that of factions within the game itself. Think of the Minutemen, for an instance. Those are essentially patriots that are not necessarily known to anyone, that go off some of the original ideals of your United States, or what they feel the ideals should have been without the Masonic and Illuminati influences that actually does exist. And now to the railroad. Yes, there are alien and human groups that can smuggle people from place to place, such as different slaves, such as different children that are being rescued, and such as some people that were in the secret space program. That particular faction does exist as well.
And is the Brotherhood of Steel faction a highly militarized group that just wishes to destroy all of these people?
Yes, so you could honestly say that. Yes, they are a hybrid in the story of what you would know as the White Knights and the U.S. military, but also there is a militaristic group out there that is unknown to people currently that is pretty close to the Brotherhood of Steel. They're not necessarily centered on weapons technology, very much like the Brotherhood of Steel is. But they do follow more of an honor code, like a knight's code. They do not necessarily go by knight ranks or anything like that. They use lieutenant and captain and all of those. But that group does exist as well, yes.
All right. Now, as we get into these new energies that will ultimately lead to Earth's inclusion into the wider galactic community, will the attempts by Cabal using synthetic peoples as well as inborns and other things ramp up in an attempt to keep it and then basically suddenly vanish as they get so weak that they can't control those things? Or will these kind of agents just be a continued reality on this planet?
It is a ladder between the two, let's just say. Mostly in between, I say, because it'll be a continued reality, but at the same time, they'll be in, as time goes on, smaller and smaller pockets where people will have to root them out from time to time. This is not an instant pudding type of setting like people wish it to be, like poof, they're gone because of the energies, because they have found ways to shield themselves from these changes of energies. You see, aliens have taught them how to do so. Not only bad aliens, but good aliens that they've taken tech from that shield themselves from different densities and different dimensional and magnetic and solar frequencies and earth frequencies and changes, you see. So therefore, they will be unfortunately a nuisance for years to come, but in smaller, sometimes less manageable pockets, but also in some cases more manageable pockets, like say bases within mountains and under cities and whatnot, because they are scattered and compartmentalized all over the face of the planet.
So in the way where like they in the other Fallout games, you've beaten the Enclave multiple times and they just keep coming back. That's going to be how it is.
Yes, because since it's so compartmentalized, you may think you have the head of the snake, but in fact, it's more like a hydra in Marvel, let's just say, where you cut off a head and two grow in its place. It's essentially like that.
All right. But as for just these synthetic people that they're using to enact their things, will they get to a point as they break up more and more where they just can't feasibly control that anymore?
Yes, that I can honestly say that will happen, and some of these synthetic people in time will eventually divulge their information as to what has been happening within the deep state, within the secret space program. The narrative that the Cabal wishes to do is more of a secret space program light. You are seeing that right now with the advent of the Space Force. You're seeing that with where they're trying to skip over all of their atrocities. Now, am I saying that history will record it completely exactly? That is up to the people that lived through it, just like he himself is writing a book about it. That will be incorporated as what you would call canon in the history of the secret space program and also the deep state. There are some things that won't be canon because they are part of a false narrative. It is up to people to decide how far the false narrative stops and how far the true narrative goes.
All right. And then the final question I have is I'm getting currently a distinct feeling that many insiders, quote unquote insiders, that have come out with information have actually been Cabal synthetic peoples in order to get false or semi-correct information out as a means for their yield, where they have to give out a certain amount of information.
You are absolutely correct on this, Ryan, because of the fact there are some well-known ones out there that are exactly that, either that or clone-based. I am not, as you would say, casting stones at some of them because, as I've said before, there's a certain scripting that has been downloaded into that particular synth or clone form. Both are true. And enhanced or non-enhanced are true. But you are absolutely correct. In order to show an opposite of what the Sacred Space Program light narrative would be, they're presenting another option to basically try to bring about a fake alien invasion. This is something that is still very much in play for them, unfortunately, but it is not necessarily as severe. They're still attempting to tote this particular option, thinking that they could bypass certain ICC rulings that are out there, along with these other treaties with other races, to bring out technology if there were such a rule-breaking invasion. This is a stupid idea that will never get off the ground, mind you, but this is something that is going through their heads. Most of the insiders, and I will say most, there are a few out there that are 100% legit, but the Cabal is attempting to control them as well. Most of the insiders that you see out there, either within the New Age community, that they are presenting certain facts and figures within the Secret Space Program, or outright outside or insider that is outwardly in the open as themselves. 80% to 85% of these are essentially either synth clone or synth robotic, and or corrupted person that truly believes what they are saying.
All right. Thank you. Any closing remarks from you, Isaac, will be happily appreciated.
Thank you. This is a very interesting topic, and you will see in the further months and years to come about some of these insiders, which ones will stand and which ones will fall. Let's just say the ones that essentially fall on in your society are not necessarily the ones that you would expect. Sometimes the ones that are apparently good aren't necessarily the shining knight. The ones that are dumped on in your society are essentially the good, but also they have reversed roles as well, where essentially the bad ones will show themselves as the downtrodden, the ones that are being stepped on and trying to tell the public that the deep state is essentially trying to silence them. It's a mix of both of these modalities that humans now will eventually have to really discern carefully, very, very carefully, what is truth and what is not. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time, Isaac.
Oh, yeah. That's some of the stuff they didn't want out. See that they were that again. There's true factions in the game that they're being presented, and true information in the game that's being presented, along with that information about the some of the insiders. And Joanna and I have been toying with that idea as well. We've been picking up on some stuff as well. I'm not going to name any of the names of any of the people we've been kind of picking that up on, but essentially we've been picking up on both of those camps that he was mentioning, where they role reverse and do stuff like that. We've been kind of picking up on it. You just have to be intuitive about it and discern, have your discernment alarm on very, very, very sharply with something like that. So, Ryan, did you want to try the gameplay?
Yeah. So I'm gonna try. I'm not positive if it'll work.
Okay, no promises, everyone, but we're going to see if we can get this to work.
Well, if it'll work in any meaningful, like, let me know.
Any meaningful way, yeah.
So basic.
Computers now have been very, very finicky, especially with these earth energies and solar energies. They've been all over the place. So, yeah.
All right. So you should lose my face here, but you should still have sound. So just let me know.
Okay.
All right. You still got my voice?
Yeah, and I can see you as well.
Oh, you can still see me? Because I can't see like the.
Oh yeah, I can still see the two little screens with you and I there. So.
Yeah, no, I can't see that anymore.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's because you expanded the resolution, so it's off screen probably. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, what happened is it's trying to use all the power that it would do for any kind of video screen recording to basically hide our face. It hides my face so that so it can use up all the power it can to try to get as much screen power as possible.
Got it. Okay.
Oh, I think I just figured out how to get my face.
Yeah, there we go. It's working. It's a little choppy, but it's working. It's actually quite choppy, but it should work. Yeah.
Is it still super choppy?
It's choppy, but it'll do for showing what the game looks like. So. Whoa. Yeah, yeah, we'll see how choppy this gets, but
oh, it's bad. Just turning it's bad.
Okay, now it's getting a little smoother as it's going along. Okay, it's getting a little smoother. I figured it would start to iron out. So bear with this, folks. It can get a little rough, but I know there was some complaints before, but okay, it's working pretty good now.
It's good. It's not running at like weird speed, like
it's running at it's pretty exact. So yeah, it's doing pretty good.
It's running at about 30 frames per second in your mind.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Well, first things first, we can show off one of the robots in the Fallout series.
Oh yeah, one of the Mr. Gutsy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a companion one you can get. That's a scientist model. I was doing a quest, but we'll leave them to do their quest, and I'll just revert to save.
Right.
Looks like we got some super mutants up ahead, and Fallout 4 we'll be able to see the super mutants close up and in better quality.
Oh yeah, they're a royal pain in the ass too. I've run across them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is another creature. In Fallout 4, they're not in the base game. This is another creature that's known in the Fallout universe. They're called centaurs.
Okay.
They're a result of forced evolutionary virus exposure when like multiple people are together and they like start growing together.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like more Nazi experimentation where they try to fuse beings together and everything. Yeah.
Is there anything in particular you want shown off?
Let me see. Where do you feel that we should go with people? What do you pick up?
I know for a fact that I can't get into the Institute yet to show it off in more detail.
Okay.
But I can show off. Trying to figure out I know there's a mission I can do for the railroad where it'll show off like synth combat and how they think.
Okay. All right.
We'll just do this one mission and then.
Yeah. I've been asking Isaac to have something happen like he usually does, or to show it off.
Oh, and in fact, as I was getting this save set ready, one of the mods that I found that's like disclosure being added to Fallout that the developers didn't put in.
Yeah.
A lot of modders are adding like mods that I guarantee are like adding more disclosure through their creative like ideas.
Yeah.
Also, a bunch of the old like Art Bell radio broadcasts were just turned into a radio station in one of the mods.
Oh wow. Okay.
And it's like I think it's like 10 hours of his old radio broadcasts were added in as mods.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, he was one of the more famous broadcasters. Now, this is a theory of mine. I can't prove this, so any fans of Art Bell, please do not throw stones at me. But there was a time where he went from being completely pro-disclosure, but he started to change his ideals after a while. So I'm thinking this is where a synth would come in, where eventually they just then would kill the synth off in public to make sure the person passed away. And also Art Bell did pass away. So, but he changed, his personality changed after a while. So that would be a great point of disclosure as well. I'm not slamming him, loved the show when it was on, but he did change after a while. And this proves to me that this was a replacement of some kind. And then they just retrieved the synthetic at one point.
Yeah, I just remember that like for a while he was like one of the only people that was bringing stuff out.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, one of the more famous broadcasts he had is where somebody called into the station where the military was hunting, and they went up to a payphone and called into Art Bell and said, "Yeah, they're going to kill me in a minute. I want to tell what's going on as fast as possible." His station gets shut down for a little bit, and then it was just believed that the other guy was dead after that. That was one of the more famous for broadcast. And everybody, now you can see how the rads show up in the game like that when you're near radiation like that.
Yeah, that's how radiation shows up. How is it running? Just from your
very good. It's better than New Vegas was running. I can tell you that much.
Enough where like we should be good to keep doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Most definitely. Yeah. Yeah. You can keep going.
Dawn! What the?
Don't move.
No, she had a bow.
Yeah, you find some interesting tools, interesting stuff on sometimes.
Yeah, I have some mods that add more weapons to the game as well. So, like, this is a remake of a gun that was in Fallout 4.
Okay.
In Fallout New Vegas that they added back in with a mod. I'm just trying to get to the location where I can start that quest.
Yeah, I sneak everywhere in these games. I try to avoid contact.
I'm at a character strength where I really don't need to.
Oh, okay.
But in the beginning of the game,
you?
I do, yeah.
Like the disguise? It's Wastelander camo. This is my pile of garbage, asshole. Back off. Good, right? You're lucky I didn't do one of my face swaps, too.
Yeah, this is one of the railroad agents that changes his looks with each mission to keep the Institute off of him.
Okay.
That, not much of a disguise.
A disguise is more than a wig and some lice-ridden clothes. You'd be surprised how far I've gotten with the right attitude and a clipboard. But about the job. The railroad's only recently been using the Old North Church. Our old base was underneath the Slocum's Joe. We had a pretty sweet setup until the Institute found us.
Tough break.
And then some. The survivors didn't have time to grab anything. So we're getting something important we had to leave behind.
Let's find it then.
We gotta do one thing first. We got a tourist nearby. He or she has information on the base. So let's pump him for information before we dive in. For now, I'll take point. So I'm looking for rail signs. Symbols we use to send messages to each other. If you like that, we got signs and countersigns, dead drops, even a secret handshake. Alright, maybe the handshake never got on. Anyway, the tourist should have a trail left for us. Here we go. Rail sign. The arrow in the center indicates a direction. So our tourist is up ahead. Let's keep going. Got another rail sign. Right there.
I never got the purpose of Ghoul Flip. Why they have you take it?
Oh, the flash?
Yeah.
It's literally just a food option.
Yeah. That's disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah.
See the plus in the center? That means there's an ally nearby, our tourist. You take point on the conversation. Look, no matter what he says, you just say, mine is in the shop.
be doing that instead?
Trust me.
Once your friend gets here, how about we have a chat, huh? Once your friend gets here, how about we have a chat, huh?
Hey.
Hi.
Oh, thank God. You have a Geiger counter? You have a goddamn Geiger counter?
Mine is in the shop.
Who the hell is he? HQ said they were sending one agent, not two.
Sorry, I'm new. He's just shown me the ropes.
All right. The wall is my witness. I thought I was dead. It's about goddamn time you headquarters bastards got here.
Tell me what's going on.
I signed on for some light recon, but that little Slocum's Joe of yours is crawling with goddamn chrome dome synth sons of bitches. The front's fortified to hell and back. They placed mines all over the goddamn place.
What do you mean by chrome dome synths?
You know, them early model synths. Looks like metal wrapped over mechanical innards. You see them here and there doing who knows what for the Institute.
I appreciate all you've done.
I hope it helps. I really do. As soon as it's safe, I'm getting the hell out of here. So if you need anything else, better ask soon.
Hey, Ricky.
You need something else?
We're assaulting the base. Once we strike, use your rifle to pick off anyone you can see. A lot of lives are depending on us.
You silver-tongued son of a bitch. All right, I'll take a couple shots, but if I see any of them coming for me, I'm running for the hills. We're done.
One of the railroad's informants.
Well, isn't Ricky just a ray of sunshine? You think he's telling the truth?
He doesn't strike me as the dishonest type.
Yeah, that's my read too. First rule in this business is never go against your gut. So, if we take him at his word, the front door has mines, synths, and probably other fun and exciting prizes. So, we're going in through the escape tunnel.
The tunnel has got to be easier than a frontal assault.
Easier, but no cakewalk. You lead us there, pal. I got you covered.
That's something worth taking. Found a
I'm through.
scuttle.
Yeah, some of those can be a pain in the ass, but
There's a way to reset them.
oh, there is. Okay.
Any kind of parenthesis looking thing, if you can find an open one and a closed one in the same row, it can remove duds and open up and reset your tries.
Okay.
But like, just because I did that, I got a nearly complete suit of power armor.
Oh, all right. Well, that was interesting. Yeah.
I knew there was one that spawns around here, but it's random what you get. I could have only had like one piece on it. Like this was a military convoy before the war.
Mm-hmm. As it looked like.
And we'll do this, and then I'll put myself.
The back entrance is safer, but be ready for Gen 1s and 2s. So it's time you learn why we're here. We're retrieving a prototype developed by our good Dr. Carrington.
I'm risking my neck here. I want to know what I'm risking it for.
So I'll be straight with you, although you're not gonna like it. I have no idea what the prototype does. Us railroad agents are treated like mushrooms, kept in the dark and fed... well, you get the idea. It's gotta be important, though. Des wouldn't risk our hides lightly.
Who's Dr. Carrington?
All goes well, you'll meet him soon enough.
Let's find a prototype then.
Together with you, I like our odds. First step is to override the security lockdown.
Hacking this is beyond me. Excuse me.
I didn't think I'd ever see this place again.
Oh, you can't get in there yet?
He's got to unlock the door. In fact, the theme that's playing, the theme music right now, this is the Institute's theme.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna feed it some passwords. No. 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 Ah, missed one, you cocky bastards. The prototype's deeper inside. Someone left a rail sign
You
here.
should wash your hands after that. It
This
can be
one.
unsanitary to handle the deceased.
That's an armored synth.
Okay.
They, in a way, have a kind of stormtrooper look. They
Yeah,
wear
they
white.
do. Like Stormtrooper mixed with Terminator, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Maven managed to hide something before. Well, look around. Tinker
Where did you go?
Fences. Fairly slow pushers. Hey, probably saved some lives.
Yeah, you can see how like the Institute helmet, very like, sense. It can be worn by people too. It just.
Yeah, they're very robotic looking. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got that like Star Wars look,
It looks quite different.
Yeah, very Stormtroopy look. Yeah.
which I don't think is an accident. I think all of those are based on.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's an accident. I think all of it's based on a
Yeah.
accident.
Oh yeah, it's all based on that same idea, yeah.
Another active terminal. We didn't have time to put the defenses up ahead. Power them up. And give our friends a little surprise. Eyes.
Engaging hostile life form.
There was a whole lot less of that.
Movement detected. Curious. Is
Okay, I'm gonna show you how you can like make hacking easier just for you.
Okay.
See how when I scrolled over the closed parentheses, it shows the whole like signet thing.
Yeah.
That one reset my tries. If I had used any, I would have gotten more.
All right.
Like there's another set here. It removed one of the dud passwords. But that's the trick.
Okay. That's
Now
it.
you can just back out of it and go right back in.
Oh yeah, I've always done that, yeah.
You must die now, human.
I have survived the hostility.
Bye-bye, Jet Ones. Prepare to be
Oh,
shot.
an arrow. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a mod I added. You can tell them an arrow.
You're entering a secret defense intelligence agency, a place that never officially existed. It's called the Switchboard. The prototype is locked up in the heart of the city.
So this is actually a secret military.
Oh. Oh, that's underneath just a regular. Yeah, the regular.
It's just like a donut shop.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense to me because there are military bases, like I've said before, that have openings like within stores, under just regular neighborhoods that have house access points and everything. So another thing is when you were mentioning tunnel to the institute. There are secret tunnels like that into the bases all over, outside of cities too, where they come in from rock faces, caves, all that.
You must die now, human. Systems offline.
Special energy. Hold on, let me get out of the combat.
Okay.
Dangerous? Combat is quite dangerous.
As I was saying, the Institute actually has made more effective energy weapons for the soldiers.
Yeah, they do have pretty good energy weapons.
Like I just took one of their Institute pistols, and normal energy weapons red beam. Vince's considered a higher concentration.
They were wise to flee.
And that deep voice you're hearing, that deep robotic voice, that's how the Gen 1s and 2s sound.
Yeah.
When they're
I've
in
heard a few of them, yeah.
Yeah, when they're in like a combat mode, that's how they sound. When they're in like a civilian mode, they have a higher pitched voice.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they can. Like synths can change their voice too. They can modulate at a higher range of more frequent range of frequencies too.
I would assume that. I'd assume that would be the case. But they tend to be different speeds without having to like change.
Yeah.
Well,
What did you say before? It didn't come through right.
It's so that like if they wanted to reuse the same synth thing, that they could get it to look like a certain or sound.
Where's that play button?
Carrington, Stanley, Salus Acrote, Suprema Lex.
Open says me. So Tommy Whispers didn't make it out. He died protecting our secrets. Let me see. There. Tommy would want you to have his hand cannon.
Perfect.
Don't let its size fool you.
I shouldn't take it.
Too late. It's yours. Grab Carrington's prototype. You turn that over to Desdemona, and she'll have to let you into our merry band. There's an elevator at the end of the hall. It should be a hell of a lot easier fighting the chrome domes on this side of the minefield.
There we go.
Yeah, dude. All right.
Going up.
So, like, the military had hid their facility entrance behind a bookcase.
Yeah, that's typical. Even though that's classic, right there. Some of them are in sheds, other ones are in like houses. Just like in Fallout 76, there's one in a shed. There's an exit to Vault 29 and then shed.
Yeah, I can show up another hidden military installation in this game. I actually know where one is.
Movement detected. Initiated.
Now that we've escaped there, we have to bring this piece back to the railroad. The railroad factional base.
Okay.
In fact, I'll show off the Brother to Steel base as well.
Okay. It's too bad you can't show off the Institute one, but you're not that far along. Yeah.
Yeah, not on this character because it took so bloody long to get Fallout 4 to actually like load.
May I borrow you for a moment?
Go on.
I've spent much effort gathering information in our travels so far, and my self-diagnostics have come to a green conclusion. It is not lack of data or lack of collaboration which stifles my scientific progress. The inescapable truth is there has never been a great robot scientist.
I'm sure your research isn't that bad.
You are polite to say this, but if something does not change, my efforts will be mere stagnation. The greatest scientific mind, they have had a spark. This elusive inspiration is something I must possess.
If there's a way you can do that, you should.
In fact, I must. If I am to advance my understanding of medicine in this strange world, I must embark on a great adventure. I must become human, or as close as I can. I must find a way to download all that I am into a human brain.
I'm willing to help, Curie.
And you save me once again. If you find someone, a brain surgeon, an artificial intelligence programmer, or someone who is an expert in matters of the head, please bring me to them.
Hey.
And here is Isaac's cut into our video. Because that conversation was right there.
Yep. Yeah.
That conversation triggers a quest, and it happens only at a certain point when you've had that follower along with you for enough time.
Yeah.
That lets the robot become upload itself to a synth, and it actually gets to the point where that robot now has like human feelings and free will and stuff, not just a robot.
Okay.
So we'll do the quest as soon as I turn in the other one.
Okay. That's very interesting. That he would bring that up, downloading a robotic consciousness into a human. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Your actions could result in injury. Have you found something interesting?
And the new guy patched me up, put me on his shoulder, and blasted his way through the rest of the complex. Synths everywhere.
He said he wouldn't risk his life for the cause.
Hello, words. I'm actions, and I'm speaking awfully loud.
Point taken. Deacon told me you single-handedly secured Carrington, so is any of that true?
Every word he said was true, and then some.
A full 100. I can't even imagine.
See? Just like I said, boss.
I was expecting Deacon to grab a full team, including Glory, to secure that prototype. But instead, just the two of you cleared out the entire switchboard.
You'd be insane not to sign him up, Des.
You've certainly made an impression on Deacon. He's never spoken about, or lied about, anyone so highly before. Welcome to the Railroad, Agent.
Glad to be aboard.
It seems we're very lucky to have you. So you're in. Now we need to know what to call you. Secrecy keeps us alive. Code names are a part of that. So what's yours?
Have any suggestions?
No. It doesn't work like that. Your life, your name, your choice.
Let me think.
It's a big decision. Take your time.
Call me Fixer.
Fixer certainly seems an apt name. Your first official order is to deliver Dr. Carrington his prototype and see if he can use another pair of hands. But first, it's time to meet the rest of the gang. The location of our HQ is one of our most tightly guarded secrets.
You the new heavy?
Be careful coming in or
Fixer,
out.
right?
You never can tell.
In the flesh. Nice to meet another agent.
Likewise. Anyone crazy enough to join us is okay in my book. So the switchboard was crawling with bad guys. Mines and shit too. Any of that true? Or was Deacon bullshitting me again?
Pretty much.
That's hardcore. Let's take down the old HQ. Please tell me you didn't go along with Deacon's in and out like a ghost crap.
With a whole lot of bullets and a whole lot of blood. Fortunately, the blood wasn't mine.
That's how you do it. Well, welcome to the party. After what happened to Tommy Whispers, we need another tough son of a bitch that can get shit done.
Thanks.
Anytime. They call me Glory, the Angel of Death, the ass-kicking poster child of a liberated synth.
So you're a synth?
That's what the maid in the Institute stamp on my ass says.
I have a lot of questions about synths, about the Institute. Would you be willing to answer a few?
If I have to. I know a whole lot less than you think. Mainly, I did surface detail, combing over ruins and shit for salvage. The few times I was in the Institute proper, all I was to them was their thinking, feeling hammer.
What's the Institute like?
Clean. Lots of metal and machines. But I really only saw a few rooms of it. The barracks and where I worked. I helped those assholes make more synths. Synth development is what they called it.
How do they make synths?
Damned if I know. The machines are massive, complicated. Not like anything I've seen out here. No matter what Dez and others say, synths ain't human. We're assembled bone by bone, muscle by muscle. I've seen it. I'm gonna hit the range. I need to shoot something. Now.
That is true. You do get to see once you're in the Institute what it looks like, how they're made, and like these arms come down and they like put bones together.
Yeah.
And then they like inject muscle over it. And then they put skin over that. And then they shock it, jolt it like the bits to life. And then it's picked up, this circle that they're on, and then dipped into this red vat, which I don't know what that does, but it seems to give it like the life. And then it wakes up and walks out of the vat.
Okay. Yeah, those would be like the crucial enzymes that would bond with the flesh in the electrical field. Yeah. So.
Yeah. But that's like, it's weird when you see it. It's slightly disturbing.
This is it. It may lack the amenities of the Switchboard, but it's safe, and we've taken precautions not to be surprised.
What happened?
A mod that I have is rendered something like
messed up. Okay.
I know how to fix it, but I just can't
Running
fix it without
sense out of the
closing
well.
game.
Wastelanders.
Oh, you can't while it's on. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just finish the quest and then leave.
Okay.
An extraordinary feat to recover this, but that's hardly the point. Without a lick of training, and us knowing hardly anything, it would have been nice if she had consulted with her second in command. But what's done is done.
Feel free to welcome him.
Since you're here now, we might as well put you to work.
You guys recruited me. I don't need your attitude.
Charming. I'm sure you and Glory will be fast friends. One of our field agents, Old Man Stockton, needs help with the So headquarters, as always, puts out the fires that others can't be bothered to put out themselves. The paranoid old bat won't even tell us the problem. He insists that we get our intel from a dead drop.
So, is there anyone you like?
Oh, The dead drop is a mailbox with a rail sign on it. It's a common means of communication for us, so keep an eye out for them. When you make contact with Stockton, he won't give you the time of day unless you give him the proper countersign. The current sign is, do you have a Geiger counter? And the counter is, mine is in the shop. Please tell me Deacon taught you that at least.
You can trust me with this. I'll get it done.
You sound rather convincing, actually. Stockton is a prominent businessman at Bunker Hill. The dead drop will be near there. Use the escape tunnel in the back to get there quicker.
Sorry if this is
Welcome
Ooh, that's infuriating, but
a colorful and arguably insane bunch.
That's a bad acid trip gone horribly wrong there. Yeah.
That's because that room that you could like only see on that one side.
Yeah.
Is trying to overlay itself over the rest of it.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to fix that once I close the game. All it means is I have to load something last in the load order that's not loading. I just have to tell the game to put something in like the last spot.
Okay.
I just didn't. I thought I had it fixed. I had it fixed for a bit. It must have moved.
What are you gonna go check out that robots quest now?
That, or we can try to get into the Institute. Build the tank in there. So whichever one you want to do, we can.
It's probably do the robots quest because I'm thinking that's what Isaac wanted to talk about or say or something. So.
Okay.
Yeah, we do another another installment of Fallout 4. You can always show the inside of the Institute on that one too.
That is true. It's because while I have the quest, I just have to build the thing.
Oh, okay.
So maybe if I go after the robot thing, if I go back, I'll be able to show them.
Okay.
Because I have to go to a settlement after that anyway. So now we're going to the second largest settlement that's not like one of the ones you build yourself. We're going to Good Neighbor, which is sort of like, I mean, in the files it's referred to as Crime Town, and that's kind of the best way to explain it.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about, Good Neighbor. Oh, there's Yes Man there. Okay.
Yeah, that's I have a mod that adds back the old robots too. So here we are in Good Neighbor.
That is some armor. Check out those hydraulics. I've got a weapon here for every situation. Hunting, protection.
Let's see what you have.
Each weapon tested on someone who deserved it.
Do you need me to carry something?
Hey.
Trade is good.
Smell that? That's free.
Better keep your iron strapped on. Friendly advice. Jeez Louise. That's something, yeah.
Sweet Hit Boy, brother. You hold on to that.
I knew that was going to start spawning at this level. So I'm going to get my hands on one.
Mm-hmm.
You've been through so much. I hope you find some peace one day.
Doctor, my friend here needs your help.
Oh? I'm not a mechanic. What could she possibly want from me?
Oh, this doctor can help me? Greetings, doctor. I wish to download my data and core programming into a human brain.
You want what? Is she serious?
Curie has a lot of pre-war research data, but she can't continue her important work as a robot.
Why not?
There are fundamental limitations in my robotic systems. I have no capacity for the human trait of inspiration.
I've never considered anything like you're proposing. It's an interesting problem. The memories wouldn't be hard. We translate those from the brain to computers and back all the time here. It's how the loungers work. Her personality, though. All the extra pieces of robotic programmed decision-making. A normal organic brain wouldn't know what to do with them. A synth brain, on the other hand, well, it's already somewhere between the two.
So it is possible then?
Likely, even. We just need a synth. And I may be able to help with that. I've worked on synths before, but the procedure isn't always successful. If something goes wrong, it can leave them in a brain-dead state. Living, but with no cognition. I know a caretaker for one of these brain-dead synths. If they're willing, we could try transferring your friend's consciousness into her.
I'd like to try.
We just need her caretaker's consent. Give me a day to get in contact with them. They're understandably cautious, but I think they'll hear me out.
I will stay with the doctor. Assuming all goes well, I want to be ready for the procedure.
Oh yeah, that's how the loungers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Now we have to wait like a day. So what we can actually go do is I can do the Institute thing.
Okay.
And then we'll go.
We'll come back for this. Yeah.
I just have to stop off at where I've chosen to make my player home.
Oh, and Good Neighbor?
No, I chose to build that Red Rocket that like gas station where you find dog meat.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll show off my house. Got some cool tech there too.
Yeah, I'll have to make a film of where I have mine at.
How are you? Sure thing. Questions?
Random Nuka-Cola Quantum.
Yeah. Actually, I think I know where it came from, and I think it's.
Ooh,
well,
come on. Let me carry something before you cripple yourself.
Yeah, tip to if you're playing these games, and tip if you run out of room to carry, a way to get a bunch of it to go up right away is you
If you ain't been up to see Grey Garden, you should go. Whole
buff
place is run
out
by robots.
and drink some alcohol, and you
constantly
instantly
trying to kill
pounds
us,
of
but
weight.
the Commonwealth never lacks for excitement.
Oh, there's Piper. Yeah.
Yep. So this is my place. I've got a shotgun in this case, super sledge, which is a sledgehammer with a rocket on the back in this one. Plasma rifle, and a laser rifle, an armor set here, a similar armor set there. It's based off the NCR Ranger armor from New Vegas.
Okay.
Rations. More weapons that I've got. There's different Fallout or real life like weapons somebody added into these games. Yeah, that soda definitely came from it. This is like my room.
Oh yeah, you have a map on the wall there. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the map of the Commonwealth, and it's got like these like target locations because I'm basically building up this settlement as like Minutemen, like Northern Military HQ.
Oh, okay.
So there's our water purifier with a solar panel to power it, and then we have these like trench walls.
Okay.
Automated turrets to guard, as well as physical guards that are guard towers.
I'm just so hungry all the time.
Another one up here. Little bunker. Guard post.
Okay.
Yeah, this is like Minutemen, Northern Military, like HQ.
Oh, that's really cool.
Like I'm building it as that to be like the generals, like Northern HQ, where I keep all my stuff that's important.
Yeah, at first I was I had the original neighborhood as this one here, but that's really cool. I like the way you did that.
Yeah, I built it separate out of here because everyone tends to build in this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it'd be an interesting change.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
But I'm gonna build that teleporter here.
Another day of hard work. Never changes.
I just want to trade a few things.
Of course.
And this shows off the building just a bit.
Oh yeah, where you can take like the bad houses and everything, and yeah, all the.
Yeah. All right, so this is the first bit we'll need. Tough to scale. Oh, move. There. Where'd it go? And I'll just call everybody here.
What do you need? How's it going? Did you find a good spot to build your signal interceptor?
There's a giant metal pizza sitting on the ground now, so yeah.
I was just asking. No need for the snide remarks. I think I got the rest of this contraption figured out. Here's a list of 3 things that may be harder to find. I think I'll be able to pull together everything else we're gonna need. I'll meet you over at the building site and see if we can actually make this thing work.
You have all the supplies?
I should. Yeah, I got everything I need to keep going.
So you need to do more of them. There we go.
Ouch! I had to string this to that.
Okay, there we go.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Make sure it's all on the same grid. All the parts have got to be able to talk to each other, you know.
Let's trade.
Hey.
Oh, it's not working.
Because I need more power. More power.
Everything looks good on my end. You ready to see if this thing actually works?
Let's do this.
You sure? Okay. Your part is simple. Just step onto the platform. I'll start scanning for an Institute signal to lock onto. Then, I fire her up and we see what happens. Just get on the platform. I'll do the rest. Okay, hold real still. I don't want any corruption of the molecular beam. By the way, I figured this was a golden opportunity to find out as much as we can about the Institute, and what they're up to. Yeah, this holotape's all set with a program that will scan their network and download anything it finds. Uh-oh. Yeah, we better hurry. And don't worry about that tubing wiggling around. It's just there for decoration. Okay. Scanning for the Institute signal. Tracking RF. And... got it! Hold on to your butt!
wondered if you might make it here. You're quite resourceful. I am known as Father. The Institute is under my guidance. I know why you're here. I'd like to discuss things with you face to face. Please, step into the elevator. I can only imagine what you've heard, what you think of us. I'd like to show you that you may have the wrong impression. Welcome to the Institute. This is the reality of the Institute. This place, these people, the work we do. For over 100 years, we've dedicated ourselves to humanity's survival. Decades of research, countless experiments and trials, a shared vision of how science can help shape the future. It has never been easy, and our actions are often misinterpreted by those above ground. Someday, perhaps, we can show them what we've accomplished. But for now, we must remain underground. There's too much at stake here to risk it all. As you've seen, things above are unstable. I'd like to talk to you about what we can do for everyone. But that can wait. You are here for a specific, very personal reason. You are here for your son.
Sean?
Huh? Yes, I'm Sean.
Sean. I've been looking for you for so long.
Who are you?
Sean, it's me. I'm your dad.
Father, what's going on? What's happening?
Yes.
What's going on?
It's me.
Father?
Your dad.
Father!
I'm here, Sean. I'll kill them for this. All of them.
I don't know you. Go away. Father! Father, help me! There's someone here, help me!
Sean, please. Calm down. I'll get you out of there.
Father? Father, help me! He's trying to take me! Father? Father, help me!
Sean. S923, recall code Cirrus. Fascinating, but disappointing. The child's responses were not at all what I anticipated. He's a prototype, you understand. We're only just now beginning to explore the effects. Please try and keep an open mind. Fine. I recognize that you are emotional, and that your journey here has been fraught with challenges. Let's start anew. I am Father. Welcome to the Institute.
Give me Sean. The real Sean. Right now!
I know. I know. You've gone to such lengths to find him.
I'll make this very simple. Where is my son?
He's here, in the Institute. Closer than you think. But I need you to realize that this situation is far more complicated than you could have imagined. You have traveled very far, and suffered a great deal to find your son. Well, your tenacity and dedication have been It's good to finally meet you. After all this time. It's me. I am Sean. I am your son.
How is that even possible?
I know this is a lot to take in. In the vault, you had no concept of the passage of time. You were released from your pod and went searching for the son you'd lost. But then you learned that your son was no longer an infant. but a 10-year-old boy. You believed that 10 years had passed. Is it really so hard to accept that it was not 10, but 60 years? That is the reality, and here I am, raised by the Institute, and now its leader.
They stole you, kidnapped you. Wasn't right.
Right, wrong, irrelevant. It was necessary. The Institute believed humanity's future depended on it. At that time, the year 2227, the Institute had made great strides in synth production. But it was never enough. Scientific curiosity and the goal of perfection drove them ever onward. What they wanted was the perfect machine. So they followed the best example thus far. The human being. Walking, talking, fully articulate, capable of anything.
I think I see where this is going.
Then perhaps you already understand why it was necessary for the Institute to acquire me. The Institute endeavored to create synthetic organics. The most logical starting point, of course, was human DNA. Plenty of that was available, of course, but it had all become corrupted. In this wasteland, radiation affected everyone. Even in their attempts to shield themselves from the world above, members of the Institute had been exposed. Another source was necessary. But then the Institute found me, after discovering records from Vault 111. An infant, frozen in time, protected from the radiation-induced mutations that had crept into every other human cell in the Commonwealth. I was exactly what they needed. And so it was my DNA that became the basis of the synthetic organics used to create every human-like synth you see today. I am their father. Through science, we are family. The synths, me, and you.
"60 years. So much time. Wasted."
I know. I know you must have questions. Please. Anything I can do to help you understand.
Kellogg. He worked for you?
Kellogg. He was an Institute asset long before I arrived here. It wasn't until I became director that I learned of all the things he'd done. What kind of man he was.
You knew the man was a psychopath, but you used him anyway?
Would you have preferred that I turned him loose on the Commonwealth? At least keeping him on a short leash kept the collateral damage to a minimum. The Institute took advantage of Kellogg's vicious nature. I will freely admit that. Institute technology prolonged his life, and his usefulness far beyond any normal human lifespan. He never failed the Institute, but his cruelty became more apparent with every completed objective. I won't lie. It's no coincidence your path crossed his. It seemed a fitting way to allow you, us, to have some amount of revenge. What else can I say to ease your mind?
Your mother. She never got to see you grow up?
Yes. What happened to her was... I've gone over the records of the incident, of course. It seems her death was an unfortunate bit of collateral damage.
Collateral damage? Is that all she was to you?
I forget that it's been such a short time for you. I don't have any direct memories. And I've had my entire life to cope with the loss. Has it always been easy? Of course not. But I've done my best to move on and live my life. For many years, I never questioned who my parents were. I accepted my situation, and that was that. With old age comes regret. And asking what if more often. But What matters now is that you and I have a chance to begin again. What else can I say?
Uh-huh. So you're in charge of the Institute?
I am the acting director, yes. I spent decades working to reach this point. It's a responsibility I take very seriously. The Institute. It's important. It really is humanity's best hope for the future, no matter what those above ground might think of us.
They need your help, Sean. It's rough up there, to say the least.
Oh, we've tried that. Surprised? The Institute once tried to help create a stabilized Commonwealth government. It ended in bickering, infighting. It was a disaster. No. We look after our own now. Ultimately, the Commonwealth has nothing to fear from us. Whatever you've seen or heard, I know I can convince you of that. Just give me time. I know there's more for us to discuss. But the Institute is on the verge of some important breakthroughs. Your presence would be appreciated as we approach them. I've been a part of something amazing here. I've helped to build a life for myself and the people of the Institute. And now, after all these years, you have an opportunity to help with that. Doesn't that intrigue you? Isn't that what you want?
Maybe. I don't know. This is so much to take in.
I know. And I am sorry. You have been through so much in such a short time. The Institute can provide a better life than anything above ground. You've been in the Commonwealth. You've seen what it's like. I assure you that you are better off with us.
I don't know what to do.
I realize that. It's why I'm trying to help you. I hope that you can see that rationally. The Institute is the only thing left in the world that is worth being part of. I simply ask that you give the Institute, me, a chance. A chance to show you what I've been telling you. We really do have humanity's best interest at heart. Will you take that chance?
I just don't know.
Just give it time. Give the Institute a chance. The Institute is now your home as much as it is mine. Please take some time, get to know it. Meet the people you'll be working with. You'll want to introduce yourself to the division heads. Dr. Fillmore in Facilities, Dr. Ao in SRB, Dr. Holdren in Bioscience, and finally Dr. Lee in Advanced Systems. They've all been notified of your arrival, of course. Meet them, and then we'll discuss what comes next.
Sean, about this synth.
You mean the child?
Sean, about this synth.
You mean the child? It's a fascinating project, really. There are issues to be solved, of course, but we've made remarkable progress.
You made a child synth that looks like you. It's an abomination.
It's a synth, not a human being. A simulacrum. Try to be more open-minded. I'll make sure it's brought back online in the near future. You'll have an opportunity to interact with him further. But I'll admit I'm curious. As a parent looking for a child, looking for the younger version of me, what do you think? Do you think you could love him? Like you would a real boy?
I don't need a synth. I found the real Sean.
Yes, but not the Sean you were looking for. In some ways, the synth is far closer to what you expected. I wouldn't claim to know everything you're feeling, but if in some small way the boy's presence can help, I hope you'll keep an open mind.
Sean.
This truly is a wonderful place, isn't it?
So here we are, now openly allowed to walk around the Institute.
There we go.
Visual receptors mouth. Can you not see the crime it
Oh, there's balcony.
Uh-huh.
I was looking for a balcony, like a room with a balcony.
Oh, where you could see the whole thing. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
And you see that's because it's nighttime in game, it's simulating like the sky at night.
Oh, okay.
No visible reaction to the K-14 compound. We'll start the next trial then. The dosage will be much larger this time, and the side effects will likely be more pronounced.
Will there be any pain?
I honestly don't know. I suppose it's your job to find out. Now hold still. There. All done. You can return to your duties. And remember to record every symptom you experience in detail.
I hope I'll prove a useful test subject for you, Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
It's an honor to have you here, sir.
All this advanced technology, and we still can't cure the common cold.
Excuse me.
Once you've settled in, I'll want to do a physical and get a file going on you. No hurry, though.
After what I've been through, a checkup is probably a good idea.
I should think so. Who knows what you might have been exposed to up there. How about you take some time to get... In the meantime, you come see me if you need to get packed. We'll do that checkup when you're good and ready. Take care of yourself, so I don't have to.
I'm hurt, Doc.
Let's see what's wrong with you. Well, I've certainly seen worse. Here, this should take care of it. There. Good thing you didn't turn to one of those Commonwealth butchers for medical care. There's a stock of medical supplies over in requisitions if you need more.
You know the protocol, sir. Authorized personnel only.
So Dr. Ayo thinks he can hide in his office, does he? Well, you can tell him that I intend to speak to Father about these unannounced security sweeps of yours. Ransacking my quarters in the middle of the night is totally unacceptable.
I'll pass along your message, Doctor.
See that you do.
Welcome to the Institute, sir.
Hi, Doc.
Welcome. Welcome. It is so good to meet you. I truly hope you'll come to think of the Institute as your home.
The only place I want to call home was destroyed a long time ago.
I'm truly sorry. This must all be terribly difficult for you. You should know that many of us consider it a great honor to have you here.
Greetings, sir.
Hey.
Nothing to report, sir.
Yeah, that's like the higher pitched, like when they're not on that mode.
Yeah.
Carry on, sir. Report anything suspicious to the SRB.
Courses with me.
You're here. Glad you made it.
Please don't.
We're all looking forward to
There's enough
working
friction
with
as
you.
it is between us and pretty much all the other departments.
You going soft on
Oh yeah, these grenades
My methods get results.
are like
This time as well.
remotes that if you throw them, the sense will they'll teleport sense to you.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Father's work has been a real inspiration for me. Dr. Ayo, we've had
Excuse me, I've got reports to deliver.
situation in the field.
What is it this time?
One of our courser teams was ambushed by raiders. They survived, but suffered severe damage and can't relay back.
Damn it. It's not like we have numerous retrieval teams at our disposal. What does the current field team need to complete the mission? All right, send 2 coursers for the extraction. Tell them to proceed with caution. Those raiders might still be around.
If we do that,
We'll be down
If you
to
see
the
any
minimum
suspicious
number of
synth
on-site
Always be
units.
vigilant.
report it immediately.
We have many enemies.
Doc.
So,
This
there
guy's in
you
charge
are.
of Synth.
Justin Ayo, Acting Director of the Synth Retention Bureau. I'll be upfront with you. We're going to be keeping a close eye on you for the near future. Despite your relation to Father, you're a bit of an unknown quantity. I'm sure you understand. There won't be any issues, will there?
Just heard from robotics.
Stay out of my
Sounds
way,
like the Courser
or you'll
upgrades have
regret
been
it.
That sounds a bit like a threat. I'm sure I'm just misunderstanding you, though. Threats aren't advisable for someone in your position. Now, Father has asked that I provide you with a brief overview of the Synth Retention Bureau. Our primary responsibility is the recovery of escaped Synth.
So basically, you're the secret police.
Secret police? If that's a pre-war reference, then I'm afraid it's lost on me. Our main instrument is the Courser, a third-generation synth assigned to operate on the surface. Coursers hunt down and reclaim synths that have escaped the Institute. They are highly self-sufficient, trained in combat, infiltration, and tracking. In a word, our Coursers are relentless. But I gather you know all this, since you've encountered one already. In fact, I'd very much like to know how you defeated it.
I hate to break it to you, but your Courser wasn't all that tough.
Then it's likely the unit was defective. It's rare, but faults can occur from time to time. I suppose I'll have to ask robotics to perform detailed diagnostics on the entire production run. As if we don't have enough problems. Now, unless you need something else, I'll get back to work.
If you're the acting head of the SRB, who were you filling in for?
Dr. Zimmer holds that position. He's supervising the retrieval of some of the more high-profile units. In his absence, I keep things running smoothly.
Dr. Zimmer is a character you get to meet in Fallout 3.
Okay.
Justin.
Yes, what do you need?
He's looking for an escaped synth. The first time synths are measured that in Fallout. There's only like
You mentioned that coursers undergo special training. Tell me more about it.
The SRB constantly monitors our Gen 3 synth population, looking for specific traits. Those who show tenacity, fearlessness, and independence undergo a rigorous training regimen. We teach them armed and unarmed combat, investigative techniques, psychology, and mechanical skills. Those who pass a final evaluation become coursers. The rest have their memories wiped and return to their former duties.
Dr. Ayo.
Yes? What do you need?
I'd like to know more about the synth reclamation process.
Fine. Once a courser has located a rogue synth, it uses that synth's recall code to wipe its memories and render it inert. We then begin the delicate process of restoring the neural pathways to their original configuration. In those cases where the procedure is successful, the synth returns to duty with no memory of its time on the surface. All too often, we're unable to repair the damage and are forced to dispose of the unit entirely.
Unknown identity. Clearance confirmed.
Remember to keep unnecessary power consumption to a minimum. Don't recharge unless your primary levels are below 2%.
Theoretical limits are made to be broken.
Everyone's excited about the new synth project.
Yeah, then we'll watch one be built.
You just don't want to be if you're about to launch one of your about artificial synthesis,
Don't bother. I've heard enough of this. Write them down from them.
but we can't just ignore that. If a synth can breathe, why can't it have a soul? And if a synth has a soul, then it is a living person by definition. So we can do what we want with it.
If you disapprove of the work we do here,
I'm simply trying to open everyone's eyes to new possibilities.
well, it's an unwanted distraction.
We're men of science. Philosophers. And well remembered.
Hello. Welcome. Please, step this way for processing.
That's like Frankenstein ready to be elected.
Hello.
Excuse me, Doctor.
You've arrived at a momentous time. Our surgeon, it's no exaggeration to say that they're superior in almost every way to human beings.
I can understand taking pride in your work, but I think you're getting carried away.
You might not think so now, but just wait. You've only seen a fraction of what our synths can do. Their potential is limitless. Like I said, a momentous time.
You wouldn't have to have a spare polarizer, would you?
Doctor.
Ah, it's you. You're finally with us. I'd just like to apologize for any trouble our synths may have caused for you on your way here. They, of course, couldn't be told of your identity, and they have very specific protocols for protecting themselves and Institute interests, most of which I designed myself. Not to make problems for you,
I'm thinking it over.
Well, I hope you do decide to stay. It would mean a great deal to Shaw. If you require anything, especially as it pertains to synths, please let me know.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Directly to
Another
processing.
lovely day, isn't it?
Child
Today is
synth.
full of possibilities.
It's just remarkable.
What part of this did you want to show next?
Well, I have to get through this before they let me in.
Okay.
Almost done.
Doctor.
They weren't tighten up this primary drive servo.
If you don't mind,
I just wanted to find my son and keep him safe.
now that you've found now, I'll give you a quick, as you might guess. We maintain and up. There's a lot of the work we do. So, now that you're
Absolutely.
oh, good. Take your time. Get yourself acquainted. If
Uh-huh.
there's anything else you'd like to know about,
Uh-huh. I'm good for now. Thanks.
goodbye then. That's the third primary drive breakdown this month. As far as I'm concerned, the phase out of these
Have you had time to examine my latest report? You're gonna have to work pretty hard to impress
Not yet. I've been...
Hi,
I
Doc.
wonder how the Warwick
Welcome.
family is doing.
So good to have you here.
Young Wally
Dr.
must
Clayton
be close
Holder,
to 10 years old by now.
head of the bioscience
It's
division.
remarkable that
I
any
can't
child
wait
can
for you to see the
survive
work
for
we're
so
doing.
long up there, don't you
It's
think?
truly amazing.
I look forward to learning more about it.
In that case, let me give you a brief overview of what we do here. As the name implies, the Bioscience Division specializes in fields of study such as botany, genetics, and medicine. Our most important directive is to ensure the health and well-being of everyone in the Institute. To that end, we cultivate highly specialized breeds of flora for use in food and medicine. We've even started to explore the idea of synthetic animal life. You probably saw the gorillas. They're really just a pet project at this point, but the potential is exciting nonetheless.
Seems like there's nothing you guys can't do.
With hard work and ingenuity, any challenge can be overcome. I'm sure I've taken up enough...
I'm not sure how well I'll fit in, but I'd like to give it a try.
Great. I was hoping you'd say that. In any case,
Tell me more about those synth gorillas.
on the whole, I'd say they were a success. Their behavior does generally match what our historical data says it should be. Unfortunately, we had a few early setbacks. The creatures can become suddenly aggressive, and they're quite strong. They destroyed 2 of their synth handlers. So now we keep them in an isolated habitat where they can be safely observed.
Dr. Holdren,
Good to see you again. Did you need some?
I'm good for now. Thanks.
Take care then.
Dr. Holdren's Synth Gorilla project is showing promising results.
There are synthetic animals too, like that, where they can make dogs, cats. Also, they use bugs as observational drones, so that is possible. Kind of like basically a genetically bred familiar, if you want to say technical. Essentially, like Odin sending out the ravens, but only, of course, there was a magical component there, but there was also technology.
What is she even testing?
Nothing. At this point, she's just doing it for fun.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, hi there. Sorry if I seem distracted. I memorized 5 sets of design schematics and now I'm doing detailed mental comparison.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
I didn't say it was easy, but I've been practicing at it since I was a little girl. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I just wanted to say how much I admire Father, and that it's an honor to meet you. I really hope you'll stay here with us.
Excuse me, Doctor?
Ah, it's you.
He was involved.
You're here then. Yes, I know who you are. We all do. While I'm sure Father is very happy that you're here, I do hope it doesn't interrupt our work.
What is it you're working on?
Advanced Systems Special Projects. You've seen the boy, Synth, already. We've been hard at work on him for quite a while now. Oh, before I forget, let me see that Pip-Boy of yours. I've been told to install a Courser chip in it for you. Father's orders. You're to be given full access, with the ability to relay in and out of the Institute at will.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll come in handy.
Given that the relay is the only way to access the Institute, handy is something of an understatement. In case the significance is lost on you, you'll be the only one here with that kind of access. If nothing else, it should demonstrate the amount of trust Father has placed in you. Now, unless there's something else, I really do need to get back to work.
I'm good for now. Thanks.
All right.
There we go. Now I can go check on the
Okay.
I'm assuming it's been. It has not been.
That was interesting. Yeah, it was very interesting. Very characteristic of a Cabal facility. Some of them look dingier, other ones look rather shinier like that.
Buddy, I need to be a lot more high or a lot more drunk to be bothered right now. The hotel expert's got rooms for rent.
The caretaker should get back to me soon. She's not one to wait.
You'd think he would have been in there long enough, but oh well.
I'll just wait through the time.
The
So
caretaker
you're
is
the one
here.
that wants to put a
She
robot brain
wants
in
to speak with
G519? You know she's a synth. We're supposed to protect them.
Glory, she wanted new memories. She knew her personality would be all but erased. These are just different memories. Perhaps better ones.
I don't know. Maybe I should just let her go.
She's already dead, but what's left of her could help others.
I've been hoping the doc could think of something. I mean, she's breathing and all. It's her. You understand. Fine. Do it. Do it now, before I change my mind.
Curie, let's begin.
I should see this through.
Terminate all non-essential operations.
Affirmative.
All right. Connection complete. I have access to your friend's memories. G5's already been prepped, so this shouldn't take long. Yes. There.
My chest. What is happening?
Just breathe. It's an autonomic function. Just let your body do what it must.
I feel so strange.
Listen to me. Can you hear me? What is your name?
My designation is Contagions Vulnerability Robotic Infirmary Engineer. Curie.
That's promising.
Good. Very good. Now let's test some cognitive functions. What is 1 plus 2?
3.
If I threw a baseball at your head, what would you do?
Move.
Think of a strong memory. The first that comes to mind. Tell me about it.
Dr. Burrow was very old. He was the last living scientist in my section of Vault 81. He was on his bed. Very weak. Oh. My insides feel peculiar. What is that?
You might be feeling grief for a friend.
This unit has no friends. But... there. My chest is tightening when I think of poor Dr. Burrow.
The operation appears successful. But I think it will take a lot of adjustment for your new friend. She may need your help to make the transition.
Thank you, Doc.
Hey.
Interesting. Yeah, you can insert whole scripted memories like that as well, and can transfer from robotics to human and back again with code translation from enzymes to ones and zeros, essentially.
Heard about your signal interceptor. Now that you've found the Institute, I hope you do the right thing.
Dr. Amari.
I don't often say this.
Hey, Glory.
I hope heaven is looking out for you.
G519 went through a lot. But she was good. Solid. I don't know if I did right by G5. This whole thing feels shitty. Curie better be worth it.
With Curie's scientific skills, there's a real chance she'll help a lot of people down the line.
Yeah. Here's hoping. We gotta work together. So I'm just gonna say this once. I think I made a mistake. G5 was a friend from the old days. Understand? And I feel like I desecrated her memory. See you back at HQ.
Heads up.
Do you need... Remember, to breathe. I keep thinking if I forget to do this, no more Curie. And suddenly, all this excitement we do, there is an element of something new. What if my arm is blown off? It is not so simple to repair this now.
Here's some advice. Keep your limbs attached from now on.
I will do so. That was strange. I laughed. I will be fine. It is coming to me. Quickly, I hope. Just bear with me. I am sure my research will blossom with this magnificent new hardware.
That's interesting. Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's a pretty long show, but it'll be worth it to go through that. I believe that, yeah, the point was Isaac was trying to show not only how the cabal and some of the corporate bases and military operations were, and scientific operations especially are. Also the transfer between clone robotics and also human synths. So wanted to show that. So at this point, I believe we can end it. We're nearly at the 4-hour mark. So so I have a phone timer down here. We're at 3 minutes 56 seconds. So let's throw 3 hours 56 minutes. Excuse me. So with that said, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this show. Thank you for watching this episode of Disclosure in the Media, Fallout 4, Part 1. That is. So have anything else to say, Ryan?
No, everybody just have a good one and keep on trucking in these energies.
Yeah, same here. So bye-bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye. Before I go, is there a ghost around?
Let's see. I've been feeling like weird cobwebs on my face, so that usually tells me ghosts.
I've been having that.
You see me pick at my face like that. That's usually when
I've been having like the phantom touches for like the last week.
Oh, like this, like
where it feels like I've been.
No, let me look here. Okay, yeah, there's evidence in your energy that some hands been touching you. Hold on. You got a denseness in your energy that I wasn't expecting. Hold on. Something's hiding from me. Okay. There we go. There was something in your energy core that didn't belong. There's also an orb sticking in there. I'm gonna throw that out. It was draining you a little bit and reground you. Get rid of whatever this creature is. Some kind of weird consciousness. But there is a ghost around. That was just something separate. Hang on, I'll get rid of that. I didn't see that when we started, so. Okay, any ghosts, please reveal yourself this time. Oh, hello. Who are you? You definitely are a ghost, but you look like a nurse of some kind. Medical profession. Isaac? Who's this? She looks wounded. Woman. Looks like a combat medic. Is she? She's stuck or she fused with something? Now, I know she can't talk, but part of her face is gone right here. So, hello? Can you say anything? Well, I'll just throw healing energy and regenerate. Yeah, can you talk now? Why did you come to him? Because what? Can you only speak in one-word responses? Okay, we'll just go with yes, no. Do you believe he could help you? Okay, can we go with more than one-word responses? Where'd you come from? We got to find out your story so we can release you. What generated the ghost? Was it unjust death? Undocumented, unmourned? Oh, you were an abductee somewhere that was instituted in the secret space program somewhere. Interesting. Well, not interesting, but okay. And you were killed? I can see that you have a blast wound to your face on the side. That's obviously some kind of energetic weapon. So, what's your name? Did you say your name was Sally? You think so? Oh, because you're reconnecting to everything else, so you're getting something back. The name you had when you were abducted was Sally. What did they call you there? Just a project. Oh, all right. So why did they end you? What happened? Did you do something against them they thought was bad, or an ending to the project? Meaning you were an experiment. Did you defy them in some way, or they just cruelly ended you? Yeah, there was a spot in the game narrative where they said they would end any synth they came that they couldn't reuse. So this is kind of similar, but for a human. Okay, so Okay. Sally, where did you come from originally? Do you remember? You came from the East Coast itself, like in the game, okay, but somewhere in where? You think Connecticut? Connecticut, am I right? Like where you could see water in the state of Connecticut, like on the edge of the state? Were you taken there into a water facility off the coast? You were abducted from your house. Are you sure they just didn't take your consciousness? Family thinks you've died. Well, you have died, but not the way they said. Oh, I get it. They would have found you that you died in your sleep, but you would have had your consciousness taken and died elsewhere over here. Why didn't they just return you? They didn't feel like it. Okay. Threat of remembering, yeah. Usually they're all smoke and no fire, but that time they were fire. So, Sally, what's your last name so it can be documented? And how old are you? Or how old were you when you were taken? 7 when you were taken, but in backstage time, what's your age? Well, I guess you would have been 27 for a return, but you were 23 there. Okay, so because they wouldn't have returned it. Okay, so 23. All right. And it was was it a Nazi that shot you, or was it somebody with a U.S. flag on their outfit or the uniform? Both. I mean, it was U.S. and Germans working together, and China. All right. You saw Chinese people there too. Yeah. All right. I've been finding facilities lately where all 3 have been working together. So, what's your last name, Sally? You remember? Did you say it starts with a T? Tanzan? Am I hearing that right? Sally Tanzan. Am I hearing that correctly? Tannison. Okay. You were 23 in backstage years, 7 in human regular years. Okay. All right. What year did you remember that it was when you left, when you were taken? It would have had to have been the early years, but like around my time there. In the 90s, did you say? All right. So, okay, you're showing me 93. So 10 years would be 2003. 20 would be 13. So, okay. It would have been like 2008. Okay, when she was killed. Okay. That makes sense. That was the end of my 20 and back original one. So, okay, we could have crossed paths. Maybe Ryan did. Just a familiarity of like a brotherhood or somebody similar is what you're saying. Correct. Okay. So Sally Tannison, you can go on to the other side now. Well, you know your story. There we go. I see you going, no, whoever's trying to come for. I don't see you. Okay. There, she's over there now. So, all right. Hey, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm gonna try to get around camera here. I'm going to show everybody what my game looks like in Fallout 4. I don't remember where the hell I was in this because it's been so damn long since I played it. Alright, here we go. Okay, bring up the map. I'm going to go to castle first. What Ryan showed you. The fortress where the Minutemen are held up at. This is my character, and that's Piper running by there. Yes, I do play female parts in games. So, I don't care if you think that's weird, I've always played that way. She'll just follow me around. This is what I did to the fort, everyone. And yes, like I told Ryan in the show, I had to find cloth to make stuff. So this is why people are running around in their damn underwear. So yeah, this is the castle. There is the blimp for the Brotherhood of Steel. See, I had to make all sorts of generators here. And from what I understand it, will come in handy when I have to battle here. I'll go across all here and then I'll show you the underside. See, I just made it so that it actually resembles fort, an old fort on the outside. Not sure why this lady had her gun out. So. Yeah, see, Piper just follows me around. She's my companion at the moment. I dressed her up in armor. I like how that well-timed slide eye came my way. All right. Right. Now, this is the interior. This is where the radio station comes out from. I boarded most of this up because there were these large holes through here. And all right, I'll go here first. Had to create so many damn beds, see, because all the people I shuffled this way. So this is why you see people without clothes on, for the most part, because of the fact that I ended up leaving the beacon on, that is over this way, the radio station, also in some other colonies. So I had to basically strip people, and before anybody complains, I just did it to the female characters. know that at other sites I had to do it to everybody. A random dead body from the battle that took place here that nobody ever picked up. Alright.
This is Radio Freedom.
More beds, more people in here.
Nothing to report. Stay safe, people.
Alright, this is the entirety of the inside. These are just settlers and Minutemen that are sleeping in here. So, we'll go up here. I believe this is where we were before. Alright, now that you've seen my fort concoction here, I will show you let's see. Okay. All right. Show you the sanctuary. Alright. Not sure why the percentage was so low here. For safety and whatnot. This is what I've been working on here. This is one of your robot companions, Codswold, or Codsworth rather, excuse me. And I made this building for the barracks. It is harder than holy hell to get supplies in this game. Just so everybody knows, it's fairly difficult to get supplies. So, I had to make it out of whatever I found. And this is that neighborhood you start out in. And alright. This is the neighborhood where you're from. This is your house. Originally, I believe. I had to set up beds in here. So many people were showing up. I had to cram everybody in here. This is where the game begins, right here, actually. And when you play originally, you have to go to the vault that is up at the top of the hill, up here. And I will see if I can get up there and show you what this looks like inside. You run across this bridge. And they let you into this vault that's up here. It's right here. This is where the game begins when you get sent down into this vault. And I will get up here. of froze there for a moment. And mysteriously, she's down here. Show you the interior of this for a moment. I'll go back to where character originally comes out of. Should be down in here. And this is, since I chose the female character, it's the male that is right here. The one they steal the baby from, for me, was the guy. And this was the pod that I was in. So I'd show you a little bit of that. And more cryopods in here. That failed. Now, I will go to a couple more places, and I think you guys got the idea. See, this is the whole neighborhood from this perspective. Okay. Now, I will head back down. Sorry for the weird perspective on the camera. This is an older one that seemed to like to switch to fisheye. So. And this is the very same area that Ryan was showing you. Here's a bridge over into Concord and Sanctuary Hills. That's how my setup is. All my water purifiers and everything here. The edge of this territory. Okay. Okay. Here is the truck stop that he showed you, was his home. And yes, here are more people walking around on their undies. I really did not just strip all the women, folks. And one of the other colonies, it's everybody. And I built this elaborate little shanty town. And here, I know it looks unfinished because I ran out of materials, but here it is. With all these little multiple roofs and rooms. This is the roof of the Red Rocket. Put more beds up here. This is where all the people were hanging out down there. because for whatever reason they have a hard time getting up here. This is how I had to connect it.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town on the
Huh?
And in here is pretty much empty. I shut this up. And yeah, it's not near as elaborate as his was. Just a couple of beds. I was kind of in a hurry to make stuff.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
Let's see if I can find a spot. One of the places where there are lots of people. Where lots of farmers and travelers and colonists. Okay. All right. There's a few.
Yeah.
Hi, why?
Should be a bunch of people here. It's been so long since I played this, I don't know which one it was or which couple colonies it was that everybody had to be stripped. So I'm going to probably get a bunch of flack for stripping the ladies down, but yeah, there was a colony that I made that I didn't do just that. And people are not going to probably believe me, but let's see here. See, I had to make so much bed. Getting cloth in this game is horrible. So, this is Abernathy Farm. Had to set up a bunch of makeshift everything. Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, not everybody in here was stripped. Yeah, they like to hang out in here. Apparently I have to make more beds and more chairs and such, or else they just kind of mill around. I was focused more on food. Alright, we'll go one more place, and I think you guys have the idea. Hopefully it's one I choose that is one that I can show that what I had to do here. Alright, is it the bathhouse now? We'll try. We'll try. Try County Crossing. Alright, yeah, I came here and had to make up another makeshift shelter. This is one of the radiation storms that he was telling you about that turns the sky green. Of course, I can't seem to find that colony where everybody was stripped down. Let's see here. See, and everything looks like bummed down at the moment because of the lack of supplies in this game. It shows how difficult this game actually is. Alright, you folks get the idea. of what this landscape looks like. I'm not going to bore you anymore. So, thank you everybody for watching this. It was fun filming this episode. So, thank you everybody. Bye-bye now.
I practiced law. I made sure everyone got a fair trial, that they didn't get rolled over by the system. I did what had to be done. It kind of occupied most of my time. There were problems, but it was home, you know? I was used to it. Blue skies, green grass, clean streets. A nice home with a bunch of silly appliances. Friendly neighbors. Not like now. Not at all. It's the same old thing. People fighting each other instead of working together. Everything going to hell, but no one doing anything about it. War never changes. I can feel it wash over me. The heat, the force, the radiation, the fear. It's the end of the world all over again. I close my eyes. I see my life before all of this. Before the bombs. Everything can change in an instant, and the future you plan for yourself shifts, whether or not you're ready. At some point, it happens to all of us. This was not the world I wanted, but it was the one I found myself in. The Commonwealth. My home. Ripped apart and put back together. I thought I hoped I could find my family. Cheat time, make us whole again, the way we were. But now I know. I know I can't go back. I know the world has changed. The road ahead will be hard. This time I'm ready. Because I know war. War never changes.